Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11th Korea Times College Expo. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope that you and your family are all healthy and well on this Saturday. My name is Jason Vanderbrake. I'm the Online Communications Manager at Elite Educational Institute, and I am thrilled to be your host for the next few hours. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic situation, we're holding this year's event online for the very first time. And while we miss seeing everyone in person, we're also very happy to be able to bring this year's College Expo to you in the comfort of your own home. As you may already know, the Korea Times College Expo has grown into the largest and most comprehensive one-step college prep and educational event for the Korean American community. It's not surprising that there are going to be many changes and new procedures with regards to the college entrance process as a result of COVID-19. But through your participation in this expo, we're going to give you all the information you need to navigate the complex college admission and financial aid application process. The Korea Times is very grateful to Elite Educational Institute, which happens to be the company that I'm here representing, and the Korea Times co-hosting partner for today's College Expo, and also to today's main sponsors, Bank of Hope and Nongshim, for making this year's event possible. We also thank Admission Masters and the AGM Institute for their special sponsorship this year. We would also like to acknowledge A1 College Prep, Ivorywood Education, Boston Education, the Law Office of Kyung-hee Lee, Pava World, and Job Korea USA, who are supporting this year's event. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors and supporters. And of course, thank you to all of you, our students and parents, for joining us here today. A few notes before we begin. If this is your first webinar, how this works is you can see and hear us, but we can't see or hear you. So it's different from a Zoom meeting if you've been spending a lot of time on those recently, which I know a lot of people have. We have 8 wonderful speakers lined up for you today who are going to be covering a wide array of topics relating to student learning and college admissions and financial aid. Some of our speakers are going to be taking questions today, and others unfortunately won't have time. But for our speakers that are open to questions, please feel free to type any questions you have today by using the Q&A function on your Zoom application, the Q&A function on your screen. There's a lot of you in the audience today, so we may not be able to get to all of them, but our speakers are going to do their best to answer as many questions as possible. One additional note, for those of you who have taken the practice SAT or SSAT that was offered as a part of the expo through Elite Educational Institute, Elite Prep is currently working on preparing your score report. So an Elite Prep representative is going to be in touch with your scores very shortly. If you'd like to discuss college admission or test prep, you can schedule a free consultation with an Elite Prep branch director after you receive your SAT or SSAT score report. That does it for the notes. So without further ado, let's begin the 11th Korea Times College Expo. Today's first speaker, Dr. Shelley Enger, is a research scientist who is also dedicated to supporting the education, training, and careers of future research scientists. Dr. Enger earned a bachelor's degree in microbiology and immunology from UC Berkeley, and master's and PhD degrees in epidemiology from UCLA. She completed her postdoctoral fellowship in preventative medicine at USC Keck School of Medicine, and then developed a cancer research program at a large health maintenance organization, studying the development and progression of hormone-related cancers. Several years later, Dr. Enger developed and taught a course for highly motivated high school students to learn the process of research science, and she helped her students obtain summer internships in science. She's getting ready to launch a more extensive online UC-certified version of her course. Dr. Enger worked for several years as a professional freshman application reader for UC Berkeley's Office of Undergraduate Admissions, and she is now working again in research, helping a Los Angeles area healthcare organization build a research program. Here with us to share some very valuable information about the changing landscape in college admissions due to COVID-19, welcome Dr. Shelley M. Enger.
Hello, and welcome to the Korea Times College Expo. I wish I could see you in person as I did the last 2 years when I participated in this wonderful event. The pandemic's caused disruption, and more than anything, I just hope you're all staying safe and healthy during these difficult times. I realize how stressful it must be for students and families to be starting the college admissions process right now when testing is up in the air and spring classes may not have gone as hoped. But it's important to remember that it will all work out. There's a really good college out there for every college-bound student. Today, we're going to look at the changing landscape of private college admissions due to COVID-19. And the questions we will ask and try to answer are the following. First, how is COVID-19 impacting colleges today? Second, what will be the impact on college admissions for 2021 graduates? And third, what will be the long-term impacts of the crisis? So how is COVID-19 impacting colleges? Everything about the way colleges do business has changed with the pandemic. Colleges are extremely worried about their financial stability if they're unable to bring students to campus. They are generally deciding how much tuition to charge families for an online education. Online education is generally considered an inferior educational experience compared with face-to-face instruction for students matriculating to college right out of high school. Online education just cannot provide the social, emotional, academic, and experiential aspects of attending college in person that make college such a rich experience for students. Parents are upset that they're being asked to pay the same tuition for their child to attend college online that they would if they attended in person. Some parents have even filed lawsuits against colleges demanding that the college reduce tuition for online education. And even though some colleges are reducing tuition in response to the concerns of families, the reduced tuition for many private schools is still extremely expensive. Colleges are also figuring out how to deal with the loss of international students who traditionally pay the full cost of attendance. Tuition paid by international students supports the college's operating budget, as well as scholarships for lower income students. Colleges also generate revenue from their residence halls and meal plans, but they cannot charge families for housing and meals if the students aren't on campus. So some colleges are opting to bring some of the student population back to campus this fall. In some cases, they're bringing freshmen and seniors. In some cases, they're bringing all students. They're preparing for outdoor classes and dining. They're setting up COVID testing centers and determining how to keep students on campus and in learning and social environments without putting students, faculty, and staff at risk for COVID-19 infections. All of this is costing them money and reducing an important source of revenue. Then there is the gap year program. Colleges are trying to figure out how to deal with a larger than usual number of students who want to take a gap year this year in hopes that things will be better next year. This presents two problems. First, those gap year students won't be contributing tuition revenue to the 2020-2021 operating budget, and they will take up seats in the 2021-2022 school year that are meant for next year's incoming class, the current seniors who will graduate from high school in 2021. Will this mean an overall reduction in the number of students attending a given college in the next 2 years? It could be. Tuition is the single largest source of revenue for colleges. Even during a pandemic, colleges still have to pay for salaries of their staff and faculty, and they must pay upkeep and maintenance on their facilities, even if the students are not there now. So the loss or reduction of these major sources of revenue threatens the financial stability of colleges and universities. In addition, research universities are trying to figure out how to meet the required milestones of their research grants during a time of social distancing. This could make it difficult to generate more research revenue, another important source of revenue for research universities. The downturn in the economy will also likely mean that there will be fewer dollars for the government and private industry to invest in research. And universities that have medical schools have had to deal with under and overutilization of medical and hospital services due to the pandemic, which also affects the university's general budgets. And on top of that, public universities will suffer from economic impacts on state budgets, and private and public universities will suffer from loss of donation revenue because alums and other donors have less income to donate during an economic recession. All of this adds up to hard financial times for colleges and universities. Now, with regard to curriculum and pedagogy, in other words, what is taught in the classroom and how it is taught, the pandemic has also brought changes. Professors who have traditionally taught courses in person are spending the summer taking crash courses on how to teach effectively online. No doubt some professors will be more successful than others at presenting material online in an engaging and effective way. Students are having to learn new ways of studying in isolation, which seems to be good for some students, but very hard for others. Colleges are also trying to figure out how to help students connect with their peers and faculty in a time of social distancing. During normal times, orientation, residential experiences, and in-person classes give students the opportunity to develop a campus family, to do networking, and to get to know their professors who will write letters of recommendation for graduate school or jobs. How will these important college experiences happen during a pandemic? Colleges that are planning to open in the fall are finding creative ways to do that, such as having only freshmen and seniors on campus, like I mentioned earlier, with each student having their own dorm room. They're creating quarantine dorm rooms and planning meals and classes outside. That could work in some places throughout the semester, but in cold weather locations, that will quickly become unworkable. So there are a lot of issues that will only be worked out once the colleges understand which and how many students will enroll, and how their online, hybrid, or in-person plans for instruction will roll out this fall. So all of these big picture issues directly or indirectly impact undergraduate admissions. So what will be the impact on the 2020-2021 college admissions cycle? Let's start by thinking about what pieces of information colleges have traditionally evaluated. Now, admissions decisions are generally based on grades, test scores, rigor of coursework, extracurricular activities, honors and awards, letters of recommendation, personal essays and supplements, interview evaluations, and demonstrated interest. Not all colleges look at all of these factors. For example, a lot of public universities do not accept letters of recommendation and do not offer interviews or track your demonstrated interest. In addition, colleges weigh different aspects of the application differently, depending on that particular college's mission and values. Generally, though, grades, rigor of coursework, and test scores are weighted the most heavily. This year, with testing in flux, admissions evaluations will have to adapt. Probably the biggest impact of the test score issue is that college admissions offices will have to place greater emphasis on other parts of the application, especially grades, rigor of coursework, and test scores other than SAT or ACT, such as SAT subject tests that you may have taken in previous years and AP scores. This approach is further complicated by decisions of high school administrators around grading options for spring of junior year. Students who were offered the opportunity to receive letter grades and who accepted that opportunity are probably in the best position because they have more academic data to show on their applications, including from the spring of 11th grade. Students who were not given the opportunity to receive letter grades, in other words, their schools offered only pass-fail grades, or who opted for pass-fail grades given the opportunity, will have less academic data to present on their applications. So colleges will have to predict academic potential using mainly grades achieved through the fall of 11th grade and possibly the summer before 12th, if the student took coursework over the summer. Depending on which schools the student applies to and whether the student applies early action, early decision, or regular decision, the colleges may also receive grades from the fall of 12th grade. Now, a word on International Baccalaureate. This year's IB exams did not happen in May, which means that teachers are predicting grades as though the test did happen based on all evidence of the candidate's work and the teacher's knowledge of IB standards, according to the IB International. So there are no big changes for IB students, with the exception, of course, of the SAT and ACT testing. Giving greater weight to grades may favor some students at some high schools, but may be detrimental to others, especially students at schools that have less grade inflation. In other words, schools that are very competitive and where it is hard to earn high grades. Colleges also like to see improving grade trends, which can be hard to show if you don't have grades from spring of 11th grade. So those are all factors that colleges need to resolve as they decide how they're going to review applications. I think it's likely that different colleges will take different approaches, with some perhaps placing less emphasis on spring grades for all students, given that not all students have letter grades from the spring, and other colleges opting to use all available information from all students regardless of the situation. What else will college admissions officers be evaluating this year? So everything else that we'll cover on this topic will likely take on greater importance this year, given the changes in testing and grading since the pandemic started. So the first thing that we should talk about is extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities help admissions officers better understand the student's high school experience and see the context of their academic record. Activities lists and descriptions show how you spend your time when you aren't in class or studying, which says a lot about you as a person and what motivates you. Why is this information important? Well, here's an example. Suppose you have two students with the exact same classes, grades, and test scores. One is very involved in some meaningful activities that take up quite a bit of time outside of school. The other has maybe one activity that takes very little time outside of school. Admissions officers will view these students' academic accomplishments differently because the first student achieved the same academic record as the second, but under much different time constraints. Now, with sheltering in place restrictions, students have not been able to participate in their usual extracurricular activities or their planned summer activities, but there are still a lot of things you can do. For example, you can start or join a school club or organization and hold your meetings online. And you can still take on leadership positions in those organizations. You can also take a non-credit online course to learn something new, such as a history course that interests you, or learning a new programming language. Doing this shows intellectual curiosity. You can write a blog about anything, including your pandemic experience, and this can even enhance your writing skills. You can host an online book club, which is fun and provides you with an opportunity to read books that you might not have read otherwise. And it also enhances your vocabulary. You can tutor your peers or younger children. You can provide an online story time for young children. You can interview people who are in careers that interest you to learn more about their careers, which can help you decide on your college major. You can take online career tests, such as through uscience.com. That's you as Y-O-U, science.com, which can help you identify your talents and align them with career options. As things start opening up, you might want to look into opportunities to job shadow or intern, of course, wearing a mask and continuing to keep distance between yourself and others. Admissions officers will understand that your activities had to be halted because of the pandemic. Write your resume to include what you've done and the things you are going to do this spring and summer, such as participate in a play or work for pay or participate in a sport. These should be activities that you have documentation for. Now let's turn to letters of recommendation. This is another piece of information that admissions officers use to evaluate an application. They provide more insight into a student's personal qualities, and they corroborate information that you provide in your application. Not a lot will change here, except that you may need to try a little harder to get to know your 12th grade teachers, especially if you're returning to school in an online setting. You may need to be creative about how to do that, but reaching out to your teacher early in the semester for help and guidance is a good start. You may also wish to provide them with your resume and other information about you early in the semester so that they can get to know you from the beginning. Now, given today's situation, colleges may require or allow more letters of recommendation or more kinds of recommendations, such as from coaches, music instructors, pastors, troop leaders, and so on, as a way of getting to know you better, since they may not be able to rely on test scores and even spring semester letter grades. The letters of recommendation should share different experiences and characteristics of you as a student. For interviews, most colleges don't actually offer interviews, but some do. If a college that you are interested in offers virtual evaluative interviews with either an admissions officer or an alum, you would be wise to take advantage of that opportunity. It's a great way for the college to get to know you beyond just what is in your written application. And it allows you to demonstrate your personality, your communication skills, and your interest in that college. Be sure to prepare for your interview with care and diligence by learning as much as you can about the college in advance, preparing for typical interview questions, preparing good questions of your own to ask the interviewer, and doing mock interviews over Zoom with adults you know. Now, your essays will also take on greater importance than ever this year. College admissions officers will rely on your essays to try to fill in some of the gaps in your academic and extracurricular record, and to get to know you as a three-dimensional person. Your essay also really serves as your interview because, as I said earlier, most schools don't offer interviews. Now, college admissions officers want to hear your voice and understand what motivates you. They want to know if you're intellectually engaged, if you care about others, if you truly want to attend their university, and so forth. They will look to the information in your essays for evidence that show these qualities. So spending the time and effort to carefully plan, write, and revise your essays and do the best you can on all writing sections of your applications will be even more important this year than in years past. Demonstrated interest. Now, many colleges, especially private colleges, are very concerned about enrollment. They want to ensure that students they admit are really interested in attending their university. Therefore, colleges have employed many means to gauge the demonstrated interest of a student in their college. They will know if you've opened their emails. They will know if you've attended their virtual information sessions, and they will know if you've looked at their website. So frequently engaging online with the college can help them predict whether or not you would accept an offer of admission if they gave you one. And they may take this information into consideration when deciding whether or not to make you that offer. On a related note, developing a robust list of likely, match, and reach colleges will be more important than ever this year, just like writing those essays. It will be harder to predict admissions this year than in the past, except that it is likely that the highly selective private and public universities will be even more selective. So you will want to apply to a broad range of colleges, and you will want to apply to colleges that you love and that you would be happy to attend. There are a lot of ways to develop your college list, but it involves significant research. You can use guidebooks on colleges, and there are tons of them. One that I tend to rely on is the Fisk Guide, but remember that it only includes about 300 colleges. The College Board's Big Future website and capex.com are great resources for researching colleges online, and those include a much broader selection of colleges. I also recommend following your colleges of interest and their admissions departments on your favorite social media sites. They post a lot on Facebook and Twitter. You can learn a lot about the admissions process at a particular college by following them on those social media sites. One of the most important things you should do is to sign up for virtual information sessions and campus tours through the admissions offices. It's a good way to demonstrate interest. I also recommend that you ask questions in the chat box so that they know that you're there and engaged. And believe me, they keep track of this information. There are a lot of virtual tours available on other websites as well, including through uvisit.com, campustours.com, universitytv.com, and many more. Also, check out what students think about their campuses by reading their reviews on niche.com or read their reviews on their professors on ratemyprofessors.com. You may also want to check out a college's financial situation to ensure that they are financially healthy. Forbes College Financial Grades 2019 provides some good insight about the financial stability of many U.S. colleges before the pandemic. There's also a spreadsheet that is newly available to view by New York University professor Scott Galloway, who very recently made predictions about the financial stability of many colleges and universities. And this occurred post-pandemic, or during the pandemic, I should say. These are just predictions, though, and not guarantees of what will happen. And there's quite a bit of controversy around these predictions. But this may just be another piece of information that you can use as you evaluate colleges. And this year, more than ever, it will be important to communicate with the admissions officers at the colleges you're applying to. You will want to know how they plan to review their applications, if they're willing to reveal that information. If you do not have a test score, do they recommend that you submit any other information? So frequently check the college's websites, subscribe to their online email list, and occasionally reach out to admissions officers. Now, finally, what will be the long-term impacts of the crisis? And I really focus just on two areas: acceptance rates and the way that the colleges are allocating their resources. Now, as the pandemic drags on, worsening the economy and increasing fear, many students and their families are concerned about sending their students to distant colleges. What that may mean for admissions is that in-state public universities, especially highly regarded flagship state universities, may become increasingly impacted, even as they're facing budget cuts as a result of the pandemic. That's exactly what happened to the UC system after the recession of 2008. And the incredibly low admission rates at all UCs now, compared to what they were a decade ago, are clear evidence of this impact. The most selective private colleges, including all 8 in the Ivy League, as well as Stanford, Chicago, Duke, Northwestern, and similar schools, are also likely to remain extremely selective, and they have the most money to give to students who have financial need. Those students are also worried about their enrollment and tuition revenue, but they have two things going for them. One, they generally have very large endowments that help them weather economic instability. And two, they are so well known and have so much prestige that families that may no longer be willing to pay very high tuition prices may still be willing to pay high prices to attend those colleges. They're still considered worth the cost. All other colleges and universities are going to be nervous about what will be a very unpredictable time. They need to ensure that they meet their minimum enrollment requirements to support their operating budgets. And they also have less merit scholarship money to give out. It's a difficult situation because these colleges are often, in many cases, truly outstanding places to get an education. What this means is that in many ways and for many colleges, the power dynamic may shift from colleges to students and their families. In other words, even some fairly selective colleges may be concerned enough about their enrollment and therefore their tuition revenue that they may have to step up student recruitment admit a higher percentage of applicants, create a wait list if they didn't have one before, and continue to recruit students even up to the start of classes in the fall. Now, most colleges are also likely to put a lot of resources into developing high-quality online instruction. This pandemic shined a light on our lack of preparation for what is surely not the last infectious disease outbreak that may have worldwide implications and impact the way people interact. Some colleges may choose to move their instruction permanently online, while others may have a hybrid online in-person approach. I think it is unlikely that there will be many colleges that do not offer at least some of the curriculum online going forward, because as we saw this spring, when faced with a serious health threat, we need to be able to do what we need to do to stop the spread without interrupting the progress or quality of education. So I thank you very much for your attention today, and I wish you all the best of luck with your applications this year. There's a great college for everyone. Just take a deep breath. For the seniors out there, do not wait any longer to get started on your applications, because there will be another college admission season this fall. And remember that it will all work out. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for that wonderful advice, Dr. Enger. And if you do have questions or need guidance, Dr. Enger invites you to contact Yes Flex Prep via the phone number or email address on the screen. So I'll give you a moment to grab a screenshot or jot that down. All right. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back in 1 minute and 30 seconds to hear from Speaker Randolph Arguelles, who will be talking about the UCs going test optional. So stick around, and we will be right back.
Dreams big, like really, really big. Hope sees potential when others don't. Whoa! And it can see the future. Hope is the boss of its money, but it knows what really matters. Hope is day one. Hope is everywhere you look. At Bank of Hope, we have the tools, guidance, and you got it, hope for whatever you want to achieve. So come in. Welcome to Bank of Hope.
All right, welcome back to the Korea Times College Expo, friends. I am very happy to introduce our second speaker of the day, who happens to be a friend and colleague of mine at Elite Educational Institute, and he's an all-around wonderful guy. Randolph Arguelles graduated from UC Berkeley as a philosophy major and attended UCLA as a doctoral student in history, where he also taught undergraduate courses. He's the branch director of Elite Prep San Francisco, where he's helped thousands of students raise their grades and test scores and reach their college admission goals over the last 15 years. Mr. Arguelles holds a certificate in college counseling from the University of California, San Diego, and for many years served as a freshman application reader for UC Berkeley. Today, he's here to answer a question that I'm sure is on many of your minds. What should I do now that the University of California no longer requires the SAT or ACT? Thank you so much for joining us, Randolph, and I will turn things over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Jason. Thank you for that kind introduction. And Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. And let me share my screen, and we will take a look at some slides that we'll use to get through this presentation. So as Jason mentioned, I'm going to talk about what you should do now that the UC no longer requires the SAT and the ACT. Once again, my name is Randolph Arguelles. You can call me Mr. Randolph. That's what my boss, my first boss at Elite, still calls me to this day. And I am very proudly the director of the Elite Prev Hagwon in San Francisco since 2005. It's been 15 years now. So the reason I'm talking to you today, though, is because of my educational background attending UC Berkeley and UCLA, and because, as Jason mentioned, I was an external reader of freshman applications to UC Berkeley's Office of Undergraduate Admissions for 7 years. I've sort of become an expert on UC admissions, and I've also been keeping track of the very recent changes to the UC admissions policy regarding SAT and ACT requirements. So today's presentation will cover 4 things. First, we'll look briefly at the class of 2020 UC freshman admissions data. We'll talk about why the UC dropped the SAT requirement and ACT. I use them interchangeably. We'll talk about how will dropping the SAT or ACT change the way UC evaluates its applications, and also what you should do about that. And then finally, we'll end with what else might UC campuses use an SAT or ACT score for? So let's get started with looking at the freshman class of 2020's UC admissions data. As you can see, just a second here, UCLA is once again the most popular college in America, based on the number of applications it receives. UCLA receives the most applications of any college or university in the United States, and probably, in fact, in the world. So for the fall freshman class of 2020, it received 108,874 applications. It is also the most selective UC school with only 14.4% acceptance rate. And the UC Berkeley is the second most selective UC campus. By the way, UC San Diego is the second most popular college in America with more than 100,000 applications received. But here's the thing about the UCLA admissions numbers. I think that if you're a qualified student for UCLA, you actually have a higher than 14.4% chance of getting in. And that's because for UC Berkeley, a lot of students will self-select. A lot of students will say, well, you know, my grades aren't very strong, my test scores aren't very strong, I'm not going to apply to Berkeley. But for some reason, that doesn't happen all the time with UCLA. You know, my grades are mediocre, my test scores are mediocre, but I'm going to apply to UCLA anyway. So if you are a qualified student, I think there's a bunch of lesser qualified students in the applicant pool for UCLA. And if you have very strong grades and very strong test scores and very strong extracurricular activities, then I think your chances are slightly higher than 14.4%. Okay. Let me go over very quickly why the UC dropped the SAT and the ACT as a requirement. Turns out the SAT had very many powerful enemies within the UC system. For example, John Perez, who is the chairman of the UC Board of Regents, that's the governing body of the entire University of California system. He was a staunch opponent of the SAT. He said that, I believe this is a racist test, no 2 ways about it. And by racist, he means it harms Latinx and African-American students in the application process for UC. And he actually might be correct. There's some recent social scientific studies that show that as of 2016, race is a more significant factor in your SAT score than even family income. So what race you are had a greater determination on your SAT score than how much money your family made, right? And within the UC system, there are other opponents of the SAT. Those included the UC Regents Vice Chair, Cecilia Estolano, the UC Berkeley Chancellor, Carol Christ, and UC Provost, Michael Brown. Now, within the UC system, there were proponents, people who favored the SAT, and that was mostly the folks from the Academic Senate, the governing body of professors within the UC system. And so Professor Kamkam Bhavnani, the chair of the Academic Senate, came out in favor of the SAT and the ACT in UC admissions in a February 2020 statement. In February 2020, the UC Academic Senate's Standardized Test Task Force completed a one-year-long study and said we should keep the SAT. It is helpful in college admissions. They also advised UC to create its own standardized admissions test to use instead of the SAT and ACT, and they estimated that it will take 9 years to make UC's own standardized test. So Professor Bhavnani said the main reason we're looking at the SATs is because they're racist. No one disputes that. But she said the way that UC uses the SAT and ACT in its admissions decisions stops the tests from being racist. In other words, if you use it in a nuanced way, it is possible to increase diversity within the UC system using SAT and ACT scores. But note that even people in favor of keeping the SAT think that it's a racist test, right? So it's, this test was it had very, like I said, many enemies. Many people who did not like it. Even the people who supported using it think it's a racist test. So how did this all get adjudicated? Well, UC President Janet Napolitano, she used to be Secretary of Homeland Security under the Clinton administration, I believe, is the outgoing president of the entire University of California system. She proposed a 5-year plan regarding SAT and ACT policy, and this policy was unanimous. This proposal was unanimously passed 23-0 at the May 21st, 2020 meeting of the UC Board of Regents. So as of this meeting, UC no longer requires the SAT or ACT beginning with this application cycle, the fall 2021 admission cycle. In my opinion, this was Napolitano's swan song. She would not be doing this unless she were leaving office. It's a huge mess, but I think she figures since I'm not going to be around to clean up the mess, that it's okay. So here's the text of Napolitano's proposal, which again was unanimously passed on May 21st. I'll go over all the parts of this in the upcoming slides. Just wanted to show you the text and where to find it. You can actually read the text for yourself on the internet if you look up the minutes of the UC Regents Board of Regents meeting on May 21st. I point this out because College Board, which is the owner of the SAT, has not yet updated its website to indicate these changes that I'm going to talk about right now. So if you go to the College Board website, it looks like Berkeley and UCLA and all the other UC schools still requires the SAT. But I'm telling you right now, and here's the proof, as of May 21st, the UC schools no longer require the SAT or the ACT. So from here, from this proposal, we're going to look at the effects on the classes of 2021 and 2022, the effects on the classes of 23 and 24. We're going to talk about the UC the UC specific admissions test that is going to be used. We'll talk about what you should do now that UC's dropped the SAT and ACT as a requirement. And then we'll talk about other ways that the UC will use an SAT or ACT score, okay? By the way, I will try to leave time at the end for questions. So go ahead and type them into the Q&A box. I'll try to get to them at the very end of this presentation. So let's talk about if you are a current high school senior or a current high school junior graduating from the classes in the classes of 2021 and 22. If you're in the classes of 21 and 22, then the UC application is test optional, meaning if you submit a score and it's above average for that UC campus, it will enhance your academic profile. They'll take a look at it, it'll benefit you, and it'll help it'll help your chances. Now, in a test optional policy, if the score is average or below average, then it'll be neutral, not negative on the application. That's because UC will not punish you for taking an optional test. If you think about it, AP exams are optional tests, right? And when I was reading applications for Berkeley, they instructed us readers to give students a little extra love on the application if they got a passing score on the AP exams. And if they didn't pass the AP exam, then it should be considered neutral, not negative, because we're not supposed to punish students for taking an optional test. So we can extrapolate from that same policy will apply for SAT and ACT scores now that the UC application is test optional for SAT and ACT scores. If you do not submit an SAT or ACT score, you will not be penalized. However, for the class of 2022, it's very likely that private colleges will require, once again, the SAT or ACT score as part of their applications. So if you are the class of 2022, it's likely you'll have to report SAT scores for your private school applications, the common application. So you might as well report it for the UC application too. Okay. Now for the class of 2021, because of the COVID-19 pandemic and because so many test administrations have been canceled and continue to be canceled, for example, in August, many SATs testing sites are closed because of the pandemic now. Both public and private colleges have gone test optional for the class of 2021. So, if you can take it and if you're a current high school senior and you can take these tests, and great, go ahead and report it. Test optional means value added only on your application. Okay, it can't hurt you. It can only help you. So test optional is advantageous to the applicant. Now, that's for current high school seniors and juniors. If you are graduating in 23 or 24, that is current high school sophomores and freshmen, UC has gone test blind. This is rare. There are very few colleges and universities in the US that are test blind. UC will be test blind for the classes of 23 and 24. Now, what does that mean? It means that if you submit a score for the UC application, it'll be thrown out and not even looked at. They won't even consider it. It cannot help you, even if you get a perfect 1600 on the SAT or a perfect 36 on the ACT, full score. That score, so very few students in America achieve a perfect SAT score or a perfect ACT score. It's in the hundreds, right? The number. Even if you're one of that elite few, it will not help your application because the UC is going test blind for the classes of 23 and 24. So as you can see, not advantageous. Not advantageous for the applicant, right? So now UC will be test optional for 2 years, followed by test blind for 2 years, so that they can compare the outcomes of the two different policies. They wanted to compare what the freshman classes look like when in the test optional policy and compare them to the freshman classes from the test blind policy and see whether there's any significant differences in the quality of the freshman classes. Also, they wanted to give 2 years for each policy, 4 years total, to give the university enough time to create its own standardized admission test. And what's this? UC is going to create its own standardized admissions test? Yes, in that same proposal, unanimously passed by the UC Regents, President Napolitano tasked the UC to come up with its own standardized admissions test to use for the fall 2025 admissions cycle. So the admissions cycle for current 8th graders. Now, if you recall from the earlier slide, this is actually half the time that the Academic Senate's standardized test task force estimated it would take to create UC's own admissions test. The Academic Senate said it will take 9 years. Napolitano says do it in 5. So by fall 2025, UC should be able to use its own standardized admissions test. Now, if UC cannot create its own standardized admissions test by 2025, then UC will be test blind permanently. Now, personally, I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's very likely that UC will come up with its own admissions test by 2025. It's a very difficult thing to accomplish. And even with a 5-year head start, I think it'll be very challenging to meet that deadline. Moreover, wouldn't a UC-created admissions test eventually just run into the same problems encountered with the SAT and the ACT, right? So eventually, I think UC will become disenchanted even with its own admissions test. So I'm skeptical that this will happen. My bet, 5 years down the road, UC goes test blind permanently, is my guess. So on that same, in that same meeting on May 21st, UC also dropped the SAT essay requirement from the application, and also the ACT writing requirement. The SAT essay is called the writing section on the ACT. So on May 21st, UC no longer requires the SAT essay. This decision goes into effect beginning with the graduating high school class of 2021, the current high school seniors, and the current application cycle, the one starting right now. So what this means is the SAT essay and the ACT writing section are effectively irrelevant. There is only one selective or highly selective college in the United States that requires the SAT essay or the ACT writing section, and that's West Point, the United States Military Academy. So unless you're applying to West Point, there's absolutely zero need to take the SAT essay or the ACT writing section. Okay, the text from the proposal itself says this: the University of California will eliminate altogether the SAT essay / ACT writing test as a requirement for UC undergraduate admissions, and these scores will not be used at all, effective for fall 2021 admissions. So if you're thinking, well, if I just get an 888 on the SAT essay, the full score on the essay, that'll throw the doors open to me for any UC school. No, it will not be used at all. They'll be basically test blind for the SAT essay and ACT writing section. Okay, so save yourself $14 and 50 minutes of your life, 50 minutes of your life, and do not take the SAT essay when you take the SAT, or the writing section when you take the ACT. All right, now let's talk about how will these changes affect the way UC evaluates applications. So if you look at your UC application or your college application in general, at least 3.5 years of your life are on that application. Freshman year through fall semester of senior year. Now that's a lot of information, and there's also a lot of information about your school, about your family, and so all that information will effectively be sorted into 3 buckets: academic profile, extracurricular profile, and personal and family information. Okay, of these 3, by far, academic profile is the most important. And that's because for most students, college is an academic endeavor. So therefore, colleges will care more about what you do inside the classroom than what you do outside the classroom. The only time colleges care more about what you do outside the classroom is when your accomplishments have risen to the national or international level. So you're one of the best fullbacks in the state of California, great. Then they really won't care as much about your academic profile as they will about, you know, your time on the 40-yard dash, right? The only time your extracurricular profile matters more than your academic profile is when your extracurricular accomplishments have risen to the national or international level. For everybody else, academic profile is the most important, okay? And academic profile consists of GPA, both weighted and unweighted, strength of class schedule, meaning did you take a lot of AP and honors classes, or did you take all regular level classes? Obviously, more rigorous classes is better. And then your SAT and ACT test scores, and then other factors like AP exams. Now, what happened on May 21st? UC took away one of those factors on your academic profile. So when one factor is removed, then the remaining factors become magnified and amplified in their importance. Okay, so when you take away one of the data points on your academic profile, the remaining data points become all the more important. So going forward, you should pay particular attention to your GPA, the number of AP and honors classes you're taking, and your AP exam scores and other academic indicators. because when they take the test score away, what remains becomes more important. Now, it's not going to be easy to achieve high GPAs for the UC schools. So one attendee asked about what do I mean by average grades? So you can find the average grades, GPAs of the UC schools on the UC admissions website. Actually, what they report is called the middle 50%. So the first number is the 25th percentile score, and the second number is the 75th percentile score. So for Berkeley, 4.13 weighted is better than 25% of the accepted students for fall 2020. 4.30 is better than 75% of the GPAs of the accepted students for fall 2020. Okay, so that's what's called the middle 50%. Another way to think about it is to be in the top 25% for GPAs for UC Berkeley, you need a 4.3 or higher. Okay, now that's the weighted GPA. Take a look, I found the data for the unweighted GPA. The middle 50% for the unweighted GPA for the accepted students to UC Berkeley is 3.89 to 4.0, meaning a 4.0 is required to be in the top, 4.0 straight A's, no B's at all. 10th and 11th grades, nothing except A's in your academic classes. So nothing but A's is the top, is required to be in the top 25% for UC Berkeley. And I know that's very difficult. I have two teenage boys myself, and I know that it's very challenging to get them to get good grades. So, but the GPA will be magnified in its significance now that the SAT score has been removed. Okay, what else remains on the college application? Well, there's extracurricular profile and personal family information. Personal and family information, it is what it is, right? That hasn't changed. You can't do much about it. That's the API score of your school. That's your family income level. That's, whether you're first generation in your family go to college, things like that. So that's kind of a wash, pre and post May 21st on the UC application. But you can still change things on your extracurricular profile. That's still within your control. And just as taking away one data point from the academic profile makes the remaining data points more important, the extracurricular profile, what you do outside the classroom, will be further scrutinized. Since application readers and admissions officers cannot rely on an SAT score or ACT score to rank you, then they will start looking more closely at your extracurricular profile to compare you to other students. They've already been doing this, right? Holistic review has been in use for decades now in college admissions and in the UC system. But with the SAT score gone, which was a very useful metric for comparing applicants to each other, with that metric gone, then they will have to rely on the remaining data points, including what you do outside the classroom. So the remaining data points on your academic profile and your extracurricular profile are amplified in significance. So let's end with what else might UC campuses use an SAT or ACT score for? Well, these scores can still be used for scholarship applicants. So if you're invited to apply for a Regents or Chancellors of Regents scholarship for a UC campus, they might ask you to sit for an SAT or ACT as part of your application for the scholarship. It can also be used to qualify an applicant to the University of California. There are many ways to qualify to apply to UC. This is not the same as getting admitted to Berkeley. This just means you are qualified. You have the minimum requirements to apply to the UC campuses. And part of doing that is a combination of GPA and SAT score. And if that's the case, if you need to sit for an SAT to prove that you can qualify for the UC application, then you might still take these tests to qualify in the statewide context. SAT and ACT scores can still be used for passing out of academic requirements like UC's entry-level writing requirement. So absolutely report the score, because you know what, you might not think it's a high score, but maybe it's high enough on your reading and writing section to pass you out of the entry-level writing requirement. That's great, right? It's not a super spectacular score, but it's a good enough score to pass you out of a requirement. Absolutely report that test. Also, out-of-state and international applicants will be test optional through 2024, and from 2025 and beyond, they could continue to submit scores from the SAT, ACT, or the planned UC admissions test. So basically, out-of-state international applicants are test optional from now going forward. All right, let's summarize, and then I'll try to get to some of your questions. For current high school seniors, class of 21, it's test optional for UC and private colleges. So yes, report an SAT or ACT score, absolutely. Value added only in the test optional scenario. For the class of 2022, it's test optional for UC, but it's likely that most private colleges will once again require SAT or ACT scores for current high school juniors. So if you are planning to apply to more than just UC schools, you should take the SAT if you're a high school junior. Now, some schools like Swarthmore made the SAT optional for the classes of 21 and 22, but not a lot of schools did that. So our best guess is many private schools will revert back to requiring the SAT for the current high school juniors. But upshot is, yes, take the test, report the score. Classes of 23 and 24, remember UC will be test blind, okay? Your SAT and ACT scores will be ignored if you submit them on the UC application. But it again is most very likely that private colleges will require the SAT or ACT. So yes, report an SAT or ACT score if you're applying to private colleges. If you're absolutely sure you're only going to apply to UC, no need to take the SAT. If you're absolutely sure it's just the UC system you're applying to, no need to take the SAT, okay? But you have to be sure. Class of 2025, current eighth graders, you'll be taking either the UC created admissions test or no test at all if you're applying to UC. But again, likely that most private colleges will require the SAT or the ACT. So for everyone from the class of 2021 and younger, focus on your GPA, focus on your extracurricular accomplishments going forward. When one data point is taken away, namely the SAT or ACT score, the remaining data points become all the more important. All right, so I wrote a blog post summarizing much of this content on the Elite Prep website if you'd like to take a look. And let me just say in advance, thank you very much. Kamsahamnida. And there are a few questions that I think I can get to in just a so it says, there's one question, will the UC's concept of not penalizing students who don't take an optional test, will that apply to other students that also go test optional? The answer is yes. Test optional means precisely that. It's optional. If you submit a score and it's favorable to you, great. If it's not favorable to you, then don't worry about it. It's not going to harm you. It's not a trick. They're not trying to trap you or trick you into submitting a test score and then, aha, that was a terrible score. Your 4.0 GPA is meaningless. The score you submitted was awful. It doesn't work like that. They really do mean it's optional. So if you don't submit a score, you're not penalized. If you submit a below average score, you're not penalized. Again, test optional is the most advantageous situation for the applicant. So with that, I will turn it back to Jason and say, thank you very much for your time and attention. I really appreciate it. And best of luck to everyone on the road to college admissions.
All right. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Randolph. There's been a lot of confusion surrounding standardized tests and college admissions, and I know you just answered a lot of questions for all of our college-bound students with us today. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in just a couple of minutes with another presentation from former Yale and UPenn application reader, Mr. Vincent Kim. First, we'll hear a few words from our sponsors. We will be right back.
truly believes in the successes of their students beyond college, that it's not just about, getting a student into a top-tier university, but to grow an incredible human being that will give back to our society.
Students will be able to reach their goals and dreams with Admission Masters through top-notch guidance and counseling.
KTV 뉴스 속보입니다. 대학마다 학자금 재정 보조금이 $3,000 이상 덜 나오는 경우가 대학의 어필을 통해서 정확한 보조금을 받아야 한다고 전문가들은 강조하고 있습니다.
이제는 대학 학자금 때문에 걱정하지 마십시오. 자녀분들의 대학 학자금 무상 보조 혜택을 최대화시킬 수 있도록 정성을 다해 도와드리겠습니다.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the expo so far and gaining some valuable insights into the college admissions process. Our next speaker, Mr. Vincent Kim, is a former application reader for both UPenn Law School and Yale University. He's also served as coordinator of the UPenn JD and MBA program and received his BA in Political Science and Education Studies from UCLA and his master's degree in education also from UPenn. He's currently a college consultant and essay specialist at Admission Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Vincent Kim.
Thank you, Jason, for that introduction. I'm really excited to be here, and thank you to the Korea Times for setting up this opportunity for us. I want to just give everyone a quick reminder before we start that if you do have any questions, you guys can use the Q&A function in the chat. So just let us know. If you have any questions, my staff will be on standby to answer your questions throughout my presentation. And if I have any time at the end of my presentation, I'll try to get to some questions as well. Let me share this. All right. So today I wanted to talk with you guys about COVID-19 and how it's going to potentially have some impacts on college admissions, in particular for some of the more selective universities in the nation. I'll go ahead and actually skip over my intro since Jason has already given my introduction here. I want to start with some admissions trends first and foremost so that you guys are aware of what exactly the state of college admissions currently looks like. And I wanted to talk first about the UCs, which I know Randolph kind of talked about just before my presentation here. What I like to point out to most of my students is that things are not easy. It is very challenging to get accepted to these schools. If you take a look at schools like UCLA, UC Berkeley, you're looking at about a 4.1 to 4.3 GPA for the middle 50th percentile of students. Even for schools like UC San Diego or UC Irvine, you're looking at a GPA above a 4.0. I don't know if you guys know this, but the UC GPA is calculated in a very particular way. So they don't consider just all of your classes, the grades that you've gotten in all of your classes for all 4 years of high school. They're only going to be looking at the A through G courses, which will take into account pretty much all your courses except for your classes like health or PE. They also will be looking at only your grades from the summer after freshman year to the summer after your junior year. So during this 2-year period, they're going to be looking at things like your A through G courses. We're going to be trying to see, have you been excelling within these courses? So once again, it is very challenging. Obviously, beyond the UCs, you're looking at even more selective schools like the Ivy Leagues. You'll notice schools like Tufts or NYU, for example, they even have acceptance rates at about a 15% rate, which is very selective. Things, again, are not necessarily the easiest, but something that's kind of interesting is that within this past year, the 2020 college acceptance rates have actually increased for a few schools, albeit somewhat slightly. So for example, for Columbia, MIT, and Yale, the acceptance rates have gone up a little bit. For Columbia, went up from about a 5.1% to a 6.1%. For MIT, it went from a 6.6% to a 7.3%. For Yale, it went from 5.9 to 6.5. And I like to point this out because there are reasons for why this oftentimes happens, and this is something that we always want to try and keep up to date with. For example, for Yale, they are actually on their 4th year of expanding their freshman class size since they've added 2 new colleges, the Paul Murray and Benjamin Franklin colleges. So it makes sense why they've been accepting a few more students. Another major trend that might affect the class of 2021 is the fact that COVID-19 has been limiting student travel, especially for international students. And that could potentially mean that international students might not be as keen on applying for some of these colleges this year, which could have an effect on the amount of acceptances for domestic students in particular. So these trends are always some things that we want to keep aware of as we're working with our students. But again, just to kind of reiterate, at the end of the day, these programs, these schools are still very selective. And we want to do everything we can to try to maximize our chances of getting accepted to these schools. So let's talk about some notable changes in admissions. Some of these things you guys might be a little bit aware of already, but why don't we go ahead and start with some standardized testing, some news in standardized testing. As you guys already know, and as the previous speakers have kind of mentioned, many colleges have decided to move to test optional. So a lot of top tier schools like UPenn, Cornell, Dartmouth, they have decided that because of the COVID pandemic and the fact that a lot of testing opportunities have been canceled, they're going to go ahead and give students the option to submit their applications without a test score. A question that a lot of my students have is, should I still aim to take the SAT or ACT? And my answer for most students has been, if possible, yes. I still think it's a good idea for you to try to take these tests because even though colleges like to say that students will not be disadvantaged if they don't submit these test scores, at the end of the day, if you're submitting a really strong test score, these admissions officers don't have a choice but to take those into consideration, which can present an advantage for those students who end up submitting them. And in addition to that, if you submit a really strong test score, it can help corroborate strong grades, should you have them. And it potentially scholarship opportunities as well might depend on one of these test scores too. So if you have the option to take these test scores, I know that it might not happen. The August test has already been canceled for a lot of SoCal test centers. This might end up getting canceled in future months as well. But if they do end up happening, and if you've been studying, my recommendation is to try to take the SAT or the ACT if possible. Again, it can potentially present an advantage if you're applying for these colleges. Another big change is early applications, which for now, the big one is Princeton, who's removed their single choice early action program. A lot of students are asking me, are other colleges going to start following suit? Are there still going to be opportunities for me to apply early action, early decision? We'll talk about these in a moment here, but for the most part, we're kind of taking a wait and see approach to see if other schools start following suit. Again, if a lot of testing opportunities in the future, August, September, October, if these test opportunities get canceled, then it's possible that other schools might end up following in Princeton's footsteps and get rid of their early options. But for now, many schools are still keeping them. And so whether or not you should still apply early depends on a few things, but my overarching recommendation for most students is that yes, you should try to apply early if possible. There's two reasons for why it may not be the best idea, even for early action, which again, I'll give you the definitions of these in a second. But if you're applying early, you're not applying by the January deadline for most colleges. You're going to be applying typically by November 1st. What that means is if you don't have a solid test score by October or November, which is usually the last date that you can take these tests for early applications, or if your grades aren't the best by your junior year, second semester, it might not be the best idea to apply early. And the reason for that is because you could instead apply regular decision in January with potentially a higher test score. You can get straight A's your first semester senior year and allow those grades to improve your GPA by the time that you apply. However, if your test scores are already pretty set, they're already really good. And if your grades are also really good as well by the time you finish your junior year, my recommendation again is that you should try and take advantage of the early options. So for those of you who are unaware, there are three early options. Number one, there's early action. Early action is a non-binding type of application, meaning if you apply early action to a school, and if you are accepted, you do not have to go to that college. So schools like Princeton, for example, which has a single choice early action policy, schools like MIT and Caltech, they offer something called early action. Again, if you apply there, you do not have to go if you're accepted. So why would you want to apply early action? There's a few reasons. Number one, you can apply earlier and get your application over with and get your results back sooner. So while everyone is scrambling and getting their applications finished by January, you are done, and you might potentially already know some of the colleges that you've already been accepted to. Number two, early action could potentially improve your chances of acceptance, albeit again, very slightly. When you apply early action, the pool of competition is smaller, though it may be more competitive. And so if you apply early action, sometimes it can slightly improve your chances of getting in. Although some schools like Caltech, for example, their early action acceptance rates and their regular decision acceptance rates are nearly identical. But again, if you can apply early action, it usually does not hurt because you do not have to commit to the school if you're accepted. Early decision, on the other hand, is a very serious decision because if you are accepted early decision, you have to go. So my recommendation for whether or not you should apply early decision should be if, number one, there's a college that you love that offers it. Number two, you're 100% certain that you want to go. And number three, it should be your number one choice school. If it satisfies all three of those criteria, I always recommend that you try and apply early decision. Again, as long as your grades and your test scores are solid by the time that you apply, because early decision typically gives you the best chance of getting accepted. And again, this might differ from school to school, but overall, early decision demonstrates your interest in the college. It shows that you're committed, and for that reason, colleges may be more keen on accepting you if you apply early decision. So I do recommend it. If you do apply ED, you can only apply to one college. If you apply early action, you can apply to every early action school, pretty much. And then there's a very interesting type of early action called single choice or restrictive early action. Princeton, like I said, has a single choice early action policy, as does Stanford, Harvard, and Yale, which pretty much just means if you applied early to those schools, you're not really allowed to apply early decision or early action anywhere else. You can apply early action to public schools, but you're not allowed to apply early action to private schools, and you cannot commit to any school through early decision. There are some schools like Georgetown and Notre Dame that offer restrictive early action policies where they allow you to apply early action anywhere, but they do not allow you to apply early decision anywhere. So once again, these are early options that might potentially change due to COVID. But for now, I am recommending that students take advantage of early options if possible. In fact, my hunch is that there may be fewer students this year applying early decision than in previous years. And the reason being, a lot of students can't travel. They can't physically visit these colleges. And as such, they might not know if they're 100% committed to attending these schools. And so if you know for a fact, again, you're 100% sure you're committed to a college and you want to apply early decision, it may, again, potentially be slightly easier this year than in previous years. All right. We'll wait on the news to see how these early options may change in the future, but these are some of the main things that you guys have to know for now regarding how COVID is affecting early options. The last thing that is interesting is the fact that there may be higher enrollment deferrals this year. So for those of you who don't know what enrollment deferrals are, it pretty much just means for the class of 2020 in this case, they've been accepted, but they don't want to attend college the first year. So they're asking schools, can I push it back a year? And there's a few reasons for this. There's issues with paying for college this year. There's a lot of issues with safety, whether or not it's safe enough to physically go back to school. There's problems with online learning. Many students don't feel like it's worth it to pay this much money for an online learning opportunity. And so they're asking colleges, they're requesting for enrollment deferrals. This year, if that ends up happening, if more students end up getting their deferrals accepted, it could potentially make it more difficult for subsequent years, like the class of 2022. So if there are more students who are pushing back their acceptances to the following year, unfortunately for rising juniors who'll be seniors next year, there may be fewer spots available for those who will be applying for college. I don't think it's anything that you need to be very concerned about. It's not something that I think you need to panic over. At the end of the day, these colleges still have to accept your deferral. They have to approve of your deferrals. But again, this year more than most, there will likely be higher enrollment deferrals. And that's something that we're going to need to be aware of as we move into future application seasons. So what should we be doing? I think, based on all this information, again, it seems like things can be very tough. I have many students who believe that they can just kind of do not as much because there's as many opportunities available to them. And so because they're kind of stuck at home, they think that as long as they're excelling in their courses, there's really no need to do really more than that, maybe study for these standardized tests. However, I'm telling you right now that there is still plenty that you can do even though you're stuck at home. So one of the main things that I'm going to be looking for as an application reader, as an admissions officer, are you still staying active? Are you still taking the initiative to do more? There are still, again, I know that a lot of opportunities have kind of been cut, summer programs, internships, but there's still so many opportunities that are available to you, even if you're stuck at home. And I would definitely want to see if my students are taking advantage of these. So there's virtual competitions. I have my students doing essay competitions and art competitions. There's independent projects. I've had students create YouTube channels, blogs. I've had students create their own nonprofit organizations. You can take advantage of online courses, obviously standardized test prep if possible. There's also going to be online programs and internships that I've had students take advantage of, and obviously also volunteering opportunities. There's so much that you can still do. And yes, again, I understand that many opportunities have been cut, but if you're really not doing anything else except for maybe studying for your standardized tests and preparing for your courses for next year, you are not at the same level as a lot of these students who will be applying for very top tier colleges. So make sure that you are still taking the initiative, trying to find these opportunities and seeing if you can take advantage of them. The second thing is going to be, are you excelling? So again, I think, a main thing that I want you guys to keep in mind is that colleges are going to be understanding. They're going to know that there were issues with online learning, that there was a transition period for students, but they still will be curious to see, are you excelling? So with the courses offered to you, with the online learning opportunities open to you, have you still been getting A's in your classes? Have you still been challenging yourself to take the most rigorous courses that you can? For standardized testing, if you could take these tests, are you still doing well on these tests? In addition, we're going to want to see again that you are still excelling with what is offered to you. Before I move on, I just want to, again, give everyone a quick reminder. If you guys have any questions, feel free to use the Q&A function, and our staff will be on standby answering your questions throughout. All right. Moving on from here, more important maybe than previous years will be your teacher relationships, which I feel like a lot of students misleadingly or are kind of misinterpreting kind of how important these will be. They're not fully understanding how these will play a role in the college admissions process. When I was an application reader at Yale, I'd have to rate on a scale of 1 to 5 things like your academics, your extracurriculars, your essays, and your teacher recommendations. It had its very own category. And if you're not getting amazing teacher recommendations, it makes it very difficult for you to get accepted to a very top tier institution like Yale. And so one of the things that we're going to be looking for is, have you been taking advantage of this opportunity to build these relationships with your teachers, even if you couldn't see them in person? So things like participation, making sure that you're still participating as often as you can within your Zoom classes. Things like attending office hours if they are offering them. Staying in constant communication with your teachers, right? Emailing them, just personal messages throughout the day or throughout the week, showing them that you're still kind of thinking about them, thanking them for the work they've been doing to help you during office hours, for example. Sharing projects with them. If you've made a video, or if you made a blog, are you sharing this with them and trying to build these relationships, even if it's virtual? These teacher recommendations I'll talk about a little bit more down the line, but I just want to stress again that these will be very important, and you want to make sure that you are developing strong relationships throughout this following year, especially for my rising juniors. We're also going to need to see if you've had any extenuating circumstances. And like I said before, colleges are going to be very understanding. We're not going to, all of the admissions officers that I've ever met have been extremely empathetic. They always try to give you the benefit of the doubt. And for the common application this year, they've actually added a new COVID-19 essay section where you can write about things like your family circumstances and how they've been affected due to COVID, or your future plans, or your educational challenges. Please don't feel like this is a way for you to just give them an excuse, right? Don't think of this as like, well, I don't want to, tell them this because I don't want them to think like I'm just trying to create an excuse for why I got to be in this class. If you have a legitimate reason for why you've been struggling, or if there's been something that's been happening, please communicate that with colleges. They want to see this. They want to contextualize how you've been doing, and spaces like this new essay portion on the common application are perfect for you to be able to explain these things. And then finally, we're going to want to know, are you still demonstrating interest in the school? Once again, I know you can't physically visit, as of right now at least. You can't really visit these colleges, but we do want to make sure that you are doing what you can to learn about our college. Because of COVID, a lot of schools have been scrambling to create different opportunities for students to do some virtual learning for their schools. So there's been information sessions where you can meet with alumni or current college students. There's been virtual tours. They're offering more virtual interview opportunities this year. And so if you are still interested in these colleges, you have to be able to demonstrate that to them. And with your college essays, for example, you can show them how you've been taking advantage of these things, right? Interviews, information sessions, tours. If you're not demonstrating interest in the school, it'll be hard for them to really see whether or not you want to go there. So still, again, a big piece of this will be trying to do what you can, even if it's virtual, to learn as much as you can about these colleges. All right. So at the end of the day, what are these colleges looking for? Well, there's a few things. I actually pulled this from my time at UPenn, but one of the things that colleges and especially Ivy League schools like UPenn will be looking for is, number one, what kind of impact are you going to have on this campus? Just because you're stuck at home does not mean you can't make an impact. I know, again, there's not as much you can do, but there's still things that are open to you that you can still take advantage of. And so are you still doing what you can to take initiative? Are you doing what you can to show that you can have an impact on these colleges, even when you're stuck at home, right? I have students creating care packages, for example, or even just something as simple as writing letters to healthcare workers. Even that can show us the work that you're putting in to try and influence the community that you live in. So that impact is going to be very important. We're also going to want to know what the student is like. Who are you? What do you care about? What are you passionate about? What are you going to be doing when you come to our school, right? What will you be bringing when you come here? But of course, also, how are we going to help you? I feel like this part of the question, students don't really think of too much when they're working on their college applications. Most of the time, they just want to paint themselves as the best applicant possible. They want to make themselves seem like they are, going to be useful and will immediately have an impact on the campus. What they don't often think about is, well, what's the college going to offer me? And colleges are really curious about that, right? They want to know, well, if you come here, how are we going to present you with the opportunities and the resources for you to be able to succeed? Are we going to help you to fulfill your potential? Are we going to be a good fit for you? And these are things that you want to think about. And especially within these Why College essays, which again, I'll talk about down the line, you guys want to be able to demonstrate that. Again, not just what will I bring, but how are you going to help me? How am I going to take advantage of the things that you guys offer to me? I won't get into this too much. I know, again, previous speakers, Dr. Anger has talked about this already. Just to kind of stress one more time, at the end of the day, it's not just your grades. It's not just your test scores. The college admissions process, you've heard this a million times, is a holistic process, meaning we take into account many things, like your level of rigor, what was available to you in your high school. When you actually apply for these colleges, what we get as an application reader, what I'll see is whether or not you had, we'll get a class profile or a school profile, which pretty much just provides us with the context we need to understand how many AP classes were offered at your school, what kind of activities were there, how many students go there, what's the average GPA and test scores. Getting this school profile gives us a lot of information that helps us to better understand how you succeeded, right? And not just necessarily the numbers themselves. So all of these things at the end of the day, again, we'll consider. And I won't get into this too much, but just keep in mind that even if you don't have the best grades or test scores, that is important. But even if you don't have the best grades or test scores, there are other ways that you can stress portions of your application to try and make you a competitive applicant for these schools. Getting into these application components, I just want to talk about kind of my time at Yale really quickly. Once again, the holistic process takes into account a few things: your academics, your activities, your recommendations, and your essays. If you guys are looking to apply for a very selective institution, like an Ivy League school, I'm telling you right now that it's not necessarily just about getting straight A's or just about being the president of 2 clubs. Right? When I'm trying to rate you on a scale of 1 to 5, a 1 being, I guess, the lowest applicant and a 5 being the best applicant for each of these categories. For your academics, I'm looking at more than just your GPA and your test scores. I'm looking for, you could have a 4.0 GPA. You could have a 1600 SAT score. That wouldn't qualify you to be a 5 applicant for Yale, at least. And there are other things that we're looking for. Your competition, that will be a 5 applicant. This will be someone who is a national winner for Science Olympiad, for example. This will be a USAMO contestant, the USA Math Olympiad. These are going to be people who are excelling at the highest level. And so that's something that you're looking at. That when I have students who are saying like, well, I have straight A's, I think I should give Yale a shot. I like to stress to my students, well, there's a lot more that we're looking for than just getting straight A's. For your activities, again, I'm rating you on a scale of 1 to 5. So when we're looking at your activities, it's not just being about the president or founder of 4 different clubs, for example, right? I have so many students who make clubs and they say that they're the president or the captain of a team or whatever. And yes, that looks good. At the end of the day, that could look strong for your resume. But what I'm really curious about is, well, what did you do in those activities, right? I can't tell you how many times I meet a student who says, well, I'm the president of this club, but all we do is we do meetings and we do fundraisers. It's very vanilla. right? What you're doing within these activities is extremely important. And that's something that I would always be looking towards, not only in your activities portion of your common application, but also within your essays, right? What impact are you making on your community? So the type of student who gets accepted to Yale, for example, a 5 applicant, in terms of activities, I'm telling you right now, these are national debate champions. These are state level, like state renowned swimmers, for example. These are people who've published books, for example. These are people who've done college level research with professors. Activities go far beyond just the label. And that's something that, again, I like to stress to my students. For recommendations, I've talked about this. Recommendations have its very own category when we're reviewing your application, and we're rating you on a scale of 1 to 5. A 5 applicant for a recommendation is someone who has an outstanding recommendation from all of the teachers and the counselors they've submitted them for. Meaning the teachers have said things like, in the past 20, 30 years that I've worked here, this has been one of the students that has clearly stood out to me in terms of the effort he puts in terms of his promise for the future, in terms of his curiosity. The recommendation letters are a key component of these schools. And if you don't have strong recommendations, if your teachers say things like, well, he's brilliant, but he's shy, or he's really smart, but he doesn't take that next step to try and take advantage of his potential. If they don't say things like this, you're making it harder on yourself to get accepted to, again, a school like Yale. And then finally, you have your essays, which for your essays, again, if you want an amazing essay, it's not just about writing well, which is an important part of it. It's also about the story that you're telling. What are you demonstrating to us? What are you going to be bringing when you come to our school? Have you demonstrated growth from your experiences? What insights, what lessons have you gained from your experiences? All of these things are key components of the application process for these very selective schools. And you still, again, regardless of COVID, need to be able to demonstrate that you're excelling within these categories if you want a good chance at acceptance. Getting into the academics just a little bit more here. Again, like I said, we're looking at things not just beyond your grades, but also the trends in your grades. I have students asking me, well, I got 2 Bs in my freshman year. Does that mean I have no chance at a shot at, for a school like Stanford or Yale? And no, if you're demonstrating that you've done well since then, that you've adapted, that you're doing better and better every semester, even by taking the most rigorous courses, that is something that we'll definitely be happy to see. So the trends in your grades, the course rigor, meaning if they offered you, 10 AP classes you could take for your junior and senior years, did you take all 10? Or did you only opt to take 2, right? Sometimes a popular question a lot of times is, is it better for me to get an A in a regular class or a B in an AP class? And the answer that a lot of students aren't very happy with is, well, you should get an A in an AP class because your competition is going to be taking the most rigorous courses possible, and they're going to be getting A's in them. So it's really about, again, the courses offered at your high school, how well you've been doing in them, whether or not you've been trying to maximize the rigor of your courses, and also the trends within your grades. All of these things comprise how we'll be taking a look at your academics. For your recommendation letters, you always want to make sure that you're getting the teacher recommendations from those who are the closest with you. Whoever you think will write you the best recommendations. Typically, it's going to be from more recent teachers, like junior year teachers. And again, beyond just thinking about the subject that they teach, which for some schools like MIT, they recommend that you have a English or history teacher's recommendation and a math or science teacher's recommendation. But you also want to make sure that you're getting them from just the teachers that you're the closest with. So if for most colleges, it doesn't really matter which subject they teach, as long as they speak very highly of you, as long as, again, like I said earlier, they're going to be talking about not just your ability to succeed in the class, but your curiosity, your desire to help others, your leadership. If they can touch on all of these things for you, for your recommendations, you're making a stronger case for yourself. Beyond the teacher recommendations, you're also going to need recommendations from your guidance counselor. You don't usually even have to ask your counselors to do this for you. They're just going to write it. So I have a lot of students who have solid relationships with their teachers, but they don't have the best relationships with their counselor. And that's a problem. And I know at larger public schools, it can be harder for you to develop these relationships, but you still need to make sure that you are trying to do what you can to talk with your counselors and try to build some relationships with them. Because again, at the end of the day, they will be writing you a recommendation for your colleges. The last thing is going to be supplemental recommendations, which some schools will allow you to submit. Supplemental recommendations will be from non-academic teachers and counselors. So this could be like an art teacher or a coach or a professor that you did an internship with, for example. I always say supplemental recommendations you should only submit if they're, number one, glowing, and number two, if they're going to provide new information. If you get amazing teacher recommendations and if you get amazing counselor recommendations, but you submit a supplemental rec letter that's mediocre, it could end up sacrificing the overall like quality of all of your recommendations. So again, you should only be submitting these again if they're going to submit new information and if they are going to be very glowing, if they're stellar. All right, getting into just activities. Again, it's not about what you're doing. It's about why you're doing it, right? Through this situation right now, looking into the pandemic, what we're most curious about is not just the fact that you tried to do some fundraisers to help people, but why you did that. Why did you want to, create a GoFundMe to help businesses that were looted, for example? Or why did you want to create these care packages for healthcare workers, right? The why is what matters, and your essays will give us an opportunity for us to see that, right? Why are you passionate about this? Why did you choose to do this? At the end of the day, your essays will give you the chance to show this, and your essays should not just be about what you think colleges want to see. It needs to paint something about yourself, right? Who are you? What do you want to demonstrate to colleges? What are you truly passionate about? These are the things that you're aiming to discuss in your essays. In your school-specific essays, you're going to want to show that you're going to be a good fit for these colleges. All right, I'm running out of time here a little bit, so I'm just going to move forward into just some final tips here. First things first, once again, if you are preparing for your SAT and ACT right now, crossing our fingers, hopefully it still happens. I want you to make sure that you're continuing to prepare for these tests. And if you are getting a good score, it can potentially present an advantage for you. But again, this year more than most, if you don't have a test score that you can be submitting, don't panic, right? These are still test optional schools. So I don't want you to think that you have to force yourself to take these tests, especially if you haven't really been preparing or if you're not anticipating that you can get a good score. You still need to excel. You need to show to colleges that within the opportunities available to you, you're still taking advantage of them and you're still doing as well as possible by getting good grades and getting good test scores if you can. Consider applying early. Again, especially if your grades and your test scores are good to go, you might want to take advantage of early action especially, but if there's a college you love that offers early decision, you might want to take advantage of early decision too. Once again, these options might change depending on how things go, but we do want to make sure that you are applying early if possible. Stay active, take the initiative to do more. I want you to try to build on your teacher relationships. Do not let online learning be an excuse for you to not build your relationships with your teachers. Try your best to get close with them as early and as often as possible. And finally, within your essays, be open. Tell us what we need to know. Explain any extenuating circumstances that we need to be aware of. All right. Closing out here. We do have a podcast. A few of my colleagues and I have a podcast where we talk about the college admissions process. Feel free to check us out. It's called the Hall Pass Podcast. And if you guys want a free hour consultation, go ahead and call us at this number or visit our website at theadmissionmasters.com. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Vincent, for that wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, next up with his talk titled How to Improve Student Learning During COVID-19, we have Mr. Sam Rim from Elite Prep. But first, let's take a quick 2-minute break. More Korea Times College Expo is right around the corner, and we will be right back.
Hi, my name is Ryan. I am a director of A1 College Consulting and a chief academic officer in A1 College Prep. The high school students have a very, very hard time putting their application together. It can be very intimidating to find what they want to study. There's more than thousands of schools out there, and my objective is to find the right fit for each and every individual and the right majors.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 11th Annual Korea Times College Expo. If you're just joining us, my name is Jason Vandebrake from Elite Prep. I'm your host for today's Expo, and thank you so much for being here. Our next speaker is another colleague of mine. He's the branch director of Elite Prep in San Ramon, California, where he's helped thousands of students gain admission to their top choice colleges. Today, he's going to be discussing how to improve student learning during COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sam Rim.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank everybody who's joining this presentation. And today, the presentation is supposed to be about how to improve student learning during COVID-19. But actually, I have two different parts for my presentation today. And the first thing is a little bit irrelevant to the topic that I chose, and that's more about, let's think about college education. Why are we, or as a parents, so committed to send our children to college? So I'll be talking about that. Probably like a majority of my presentation is going to focus on that. And then for the remaining time, then I'll talk about how to improve student learning during the COVID-19. So let me share this screen with you. Here we go. Okay. All right, so 2020 was supposed to be an exciting year, and that's because a lot of the enhancement and development in IT, the AI and 5G and all these, the industrial revolutions that we're expecting. So we were expecting the tremendous economic growth, and everybody was supposed to have, I guess, raise in their work. And so it was supposed to be a really safe life or better life that we were expecting for 2020. And in fact, it was supposed to be a new era. So 2020, it was a little bit different from any other years, but a lot of people were saying, not just the ordinary people, but people in some specialties and also professional areas, they were forecasting that next 10 years or 20 years or 30 years should be much better than any other years that we've had before. So a lot of anticipations and a lot of expectations for 2020, and many people thought that was the pivotal year for a new era. However, some unexpected things happened, and that was coronavirus. And we know how impactful that coronavirus was. And as soon as the coronavirus started, everything got locked down. And as the states and the governments and the nations, they practiced the lockdown, one of the things that we're so familiar with, stay at home. I mean, I've been living in America for more than 40 years, but I never had any time, even though I went through like the LA riot, but I never had anything like stay at home 24 hours. So it was tremendously difficult time that we've been going through, but it just not was the very uncomfortable and inconvenient time that we've been experiencing, but it was much more than that. It was an economic collapse. So this restaurants started to close down, everything literally got closed down, and the business started like run out of business. So it was disastrous things started to happen, and the mask. And to prevent the spreading of the coronavirus, now you and I we are enforced to wear the mask everywhere we go to. And starting with the adults to the very little like young child, that everybody now has to wear the masks, whichever the places that we go, and also the social distance. All right, so any place that you go, 6 feet. So this is the living environment that we have, which we never expected before, and which brought up a lot of inconvenience and a lot of like anger and frustration. But it looks like that we're getting used to all of this. Now, because of coronavirus, now something that we never expected happened this year, and that was a tremendous number of deaths, which we never seen any time of our lifetime. So last time when I checked, there was more than 19 million people got affected or infected with the coronavirus, and more than 720,000 people died because of that. But fortunately, over 12 million people got healed or cured. Over 4.8 million people got affected by coronavirus in America, and 160,000 or more than 160,000 people died because of it. It was a national disaster. And the school, it got locked down. And the empty classrooms, and everybody had to stay home. And for the first time in the school history, we were enforced to do the online learning. So whether you're in kindergarten or high school or college, that you were supposed to do the online learning. And we know what that online learning was like, because I had like tremendous complaints and concerns from the parents and the students from the spring semester as the students did the first time online learning, and they said it was a disaster. But now this is, it's going to happen again, right? So this coming fall semester, all schools are all locked down again, and they're going to do online. And we, as parents and also the students, we have big concern about how the system is going to be. So I'm going to talk about that a little later. And after, we thought things were getting better, but all of a sudden the George Floyd incident happened, and we saw something we never ever seen before. And I think this is even worse than the LA riot that I saw like years back. So it was nationwide, a lot of destructions, a lot of anger is expressed, and it just it showed something was not right, not just within our legal system, but like in America, something that America has a reputation for. Through all these things that happened, the coronavirus and also the George Floyd incident, we saw something like not America. And all these violences happened, and it wasn't just violence and the protest, but it was more like loitering, people taking advantage of this incident, and a lot of destructions. And the small business owners, they ran out of business, and their business, the life they committed to build their own business or the small business, all destroyed. And the only thing that was left out for them was devastation. A lot of frustration, anger, devastation, and also despair. So the reason that I'm showing you this is I want you to see what kind of world that we're living in. And coronavirus and all these things, which we experienced for the past 6 months, never thought of. We never expect these things to happen. And I guess, for the people who lived in this world for so many years, we know that the world is full of unexpected things. Unemployment. Over 60 million people are out of job. And now the economy is collapsed. And we're forecasting the future of the economy. We don't know what to expect. And also, there's a recession coming. A lot of people are talking about the recession and all. And the global currency reset. The money is becoming like cashless society. The gold prices are dropping down, and there's just tremendous change in the money industry or the currency, and we do not know what to expect. So, what is it like life after lockdown? What should we expect? What's going to be the next thing, right? And what would our future be like after the coronavirus or the COVID-19? Because the COVID-19, it just destroyed almost literally every system that we held on to. So now it's kind of like a collapsed and destroyed, and we do not know what it's going to be like in our future or for our future. But at the same time, we are, as a parents, we're so committed to send our children to college. And if I think of the most reason that parents are so committed to send their children to college, and that's probably because for their better future. This is not a really good story to share, but when I went to UCLA, I went through so much of challenges which I never expected before. And I got so exhausted, and I got so tired and so frustrated, and I thought that the diploma from college was useless, so I dropped out of college. When I did that, and I tried to apply for the decent full-time jobs, and actually I applied for 5 different companies, and they all rejected me because of one thing, and you probably guessed it right, because of the one thing, and the one thing was that I did not have a college diploma. So that was the first time that I truly experienced the bitterness of the world, or the world without college degree was so much different. But let's hold it right now. And I presented you all these, what's happened so far and how impactful the COVID-19 was and all. But let's just hold it and think about education. I mean, we're sending our children to college or colleges for their better education so that they can have a better life. But let's think about what education is all about. And here, I have to borrow this quotation from Abraham Lincoln. And Lincoln said, Upon the subject of education, not presuming to dictate any plan or system respecting it, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people be engaged in. I mean, you know Abraham Lincoln, and he had biggest time concern or thought about people being educated. And based upon this, now John F. Kennedy says something very interesting. And this is the quotation from John F. Kennedy. And Kennedy said, let's think of education as the means of developing our greatest abilities, because in each of us, there is a private hope and dream which fulfilled can be translated, now the next thing is going to be important, into benefit for everyone and greater strength for our nation. Well, what happened so far for the past 6 months? I mean, a lot of things happened. But when, as a person, myself, look back and see all these things happen, just within that 6 months of the time, where was the education? What was education, or what did education do to this nation when so many people went to high school, so many people went to college, and that was the result of what we saw? It raised like a really big question about the education, but Kennedy said the education is supposed to be translated into benefit for everyone and greater strength for our nation. And Nelson Mandela said that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So to me, when I think of the education, or when I have like a conference meeting with my incoming students, I always think about like what this student can do when they have a college degree or when they have the college education. It's more like the worldwide, or I mean, it's not the worldwide, but their world. And if there's like anything that I could help them to build, then that I do that for them. So education is supposed to be not just for ourselves, but for the nation, for the greater community. Now, Helen Keller, if you're a Christian, then you must know this person. Now, Helen Keller is an American author and political activist and lecturer. She is more famous with that. She was the first deaf and blind person to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree. And there was one person that, even though she was deaf and blind, she was able to pursue the education goal and became the person that she was. And that was because of Anne Sullivan, who was tutor and educator for her. And the Mrs. Sullivan's impact and influence on Helen Keller was tremendous. Now, Helen Keller says something very interesting. Now, this is about like 70 years old, but her quotation is something very interesting about her college education experience. She says, I began my studies with eagerness. Now, before me, I saw a new world opening in beauty and light, and I felt within me the capacity to know all things. In the wonderland of mind, I should be as free as another with sight and hearing. Its people, scenery, manners, joys, and tragedies should be living, tangible interpreters of the real world. The lecture hall seemed filled with the spirit of the great and wise, and I thought the professors were the embodiment of wisdom. But I soon discovered that college was not quite the romantic Lyceum I had imagined. Many of the dreams that delighted my young inexperience became beautifully less and faded into the light of a common day. Gradually, I began to find that there were disadvantages in going to college. And she mentions the reason here. The one I felt and still feel most is lack of time. I used to have time to think, to reflect, my mind and I. We would sit together of an evening and listen to the inner melodies of the spirit, which one hears only in leisure moments, and when the words of some love poet touch a deep, sweet chord in the soul, that until then have been silent. But in college, there's no time to commune with one's thoughts. One goes to college to learn, it seems, not to think. When one enters the portals of learning, one leaves the dearest of pleasures, solitude, books, and imagination, outside with whispering pines. I suppose I ought to find some comfort in the thought that I am laying up treasures for future enjoyment, but I'm improvident enough to prefer present joy to hoarding riches against a rainy day. when I first time encountered with this quotation, 100% agreement was there in my heart. So, for what reason are we sending our children to college? This is something I think we should consider. Let me share my experience, which happened like maybe 20 years ago. It was around like 2002. I had this golden opportunity that I was offered to go to Afghanistan with the team of 4 people. And it was because of Dr. Kwan, at the time that he was the director of the infant nutrition department of Nestle. So I'm not sure whether you know Nestle or not, but I'm pretty sure if I show the product, then Nestle was is famous with the candies and all these food products and also coffee. So Dr. Kwan, he was living in LA, and one day he read this article from the LA Times, and that article was about the young Afghanistan women who were dying because of malnutrition, and 25% of young women were actually dying because of malnutrition after giving birth. So this article really caught his attention. And because he was the director over the infant nutrition department, he thought that he was able to do something. So for the next few months, that he committed himself to come up with or invent some project so that he could help the young women or the Afghanistan nation especially for the young women to live. And so finally, he came up with this project. And so that was the time that I was contacted, and we, as the team of 4 people, we went to the Afghanistan. But before that, as Dr. Kwan had this project in his hands, now back then, the Afghanistan, I think there were like 18 different states. So he contacted like all these 18 different states, and finally he got this answer from one state. So he went there to the presentation. His presentation was so successful. So everybody who attended that presentation really liked his project, and they had like a lot of hopes. And it wasn't just the project itself was not just the saving young women's lives, but it was to help the economy of the farmers. Because a lot of the farmers back in those years in Afghanistan, they were raising opiums to make money, and that was because of terrorists. So he had this really good project, but next thing that he presented to these people who were attending or at the presentation, he said, well, we know, and I know that the Afghanistan, there's no farming of soybeans. But we're not going to import soybeans from the outside country. It's going to take so much money. So we're going to try to raise or farm the soybeans inside the country. So when he said that, a lot of people shook their head because 30 years prior, they tried it. They tried to farm the soybeans in their soil, but it was 100% failure. So they knew the fact, and also they did scientific tests on their soil, and the test results saying that the Afghanistan soil was no good for soybean at all. But Dr. Kwan insisted because he had this conviction in his spirit and in his heart that this project had to happen in this nation. So he insisted, and people let him do that. And guess what happened? 100% success. It was a miracle. So now the news got out, and the federal government of Afghanistan now had heard of his project. So the federal government of Afghanistan invited Dr. Kwan to come and do the presentation in front of 36 people, meaning 2 representatives from each state. And that was the time that I was contacted, and 3 other people were all a team, and then we went to Afghanistan. Now, for this project to be successful, the condition of it was really harsh. And that's because out of all these 36 people attending the presentation, if one person says no, then there's no project at all. So it was pretty hard. So it was supposed to be like 7 days presentation, 6 days presentation, and the final day was supposed to take all these representatives out to the field and show them how to farm the soybeans. Amazingly, every day session, just people loved it. I mean, they were just sucked into this presentation. Now, during this time, every night we had review meetings. So after having dinner, we got together and we talked about the meeting and the atmosphere and all. And it was Wednesday night that we were sitting together and we were sitting around, and then we're talking about the days, the presentation and all. And all of a sudden, Dr. Kwan stopped the meeting and he said, he asked us, why do you guys think that the federal government of Afghanistan is interested in my project? And we go, what are you saying? This is, anybody can read this. Anybody can look at this project, and this is humongous. This is tremendous. This is so amazing. And Dr. Kwon said that, you know what? Anybody could have done this. It was so true. Anybody could have done this. So we asked him back, all right, so then what do you think? Why do you think that the federal government of Afghanistan is interested in your project? And he said just one word. And when he said that one word, my head was hammered and shattered. And that was the word Nestle. I'm not sure whether you're getting this picture or not, but Dr. Kwon knew that his project was really powerful. It was really good. But the Afghanistan government was interested in his project. And that was because this gigantic enterprise, the worldwide, was backing him up, Nestle. When I heard this Nestle word, for the first time in my life, I saw the power of education. Not just the education itself, but when a person has this education power. So you're committed to finish your bachelor's degree and master's degree and your PhD degree, and now you're in this industry or the career field, and now you have this authority in your hands and you're so knowledgeable about the things that you learn and you do. You could put so much influence and impact on these people who were struggling, who were reaching out their hands and say, save me, or help us. I saw that. And that was the first time. And since then on, anytime or every time when I was invited as a guest speaker to some meetings and all, I always put the emphasis on the education, because I saw one person impacting, influencing, changing the world. Not from anyone else written in the book, but the person that I knew. And Dr. Kwon, yes, he stayed, and also he did this project for the next, I think, 20 years, and he saved so many lives. Power of education. Now, when I look at the current generation, so I call them next generation. I mean, there's so many different names for the generations, but I call them next generation. I see tremendous problems and tremendous challenges, even though they're well-being. I mean, they're good and they're very good children and all, but I see a lot of challenges in their generation. Social media. I mean, this is such a disastrous. It's really good, high tech, but so many students or so many young people are so much not just sucked into this social media stuff, but they're addicted to it. And there is the game problem, and so many students that I have, they do have this gaming problems, and they spend so many hours playing games and staying all night. And on the other hand, there's a drug problem among the high school students and even junior high and elementary school students. And not only that, as for the nation, one of the biggest issues that this nation is experiencing is the homelessness. And any place that you go, there are homeless everywhere. And it's been a tremendous problem for LA, Seattle, and probably like many of the major cities in America. And gang violence, I mean, it's been always there because, again, there's a drug violence and all these things are happening in this nation. So with all of these, as I think of the next generation, what would be the right reason? What would be the reasons that this generation students or the people should have if they want to go to college? So next generation. Now, you could say that America is still #1 country in the world, and we have such a good living atmosphere, and everything still is plentiful, and comparing America with any other nations, we're still #1. It may be true, but to my eyes, that there are a lot of destructions that happen. Many of the things that we treasured in the past, it's been destroyed. It's not there anymore. The moral values and the principles that people live by, and also the foundations which held up this nation as the United States of America, is not there anymore. Broken walls, there is so much of hatred and dislikeness and discrimination against each person and each people and each group, that so much of destruction has been happening. And the streets, I mean, it's been destroyed. So we need to have generation who sees these things in the right way. And as they go on to the higher level of education, and as I mentioned before, Parents are sending, or a lot of college students are going to college because they want to have a better chance or opportunities for them to pioneer their career path so that they can have a better life. Interestingly, out of like 800 or 900 students that I have every year, more than 60%, they say, I want to do engineering or computer science. And the other like a 40 or sometimes like 50% of the students, they all want to become a doctor. But we know that becoming a doctor is not an easy pathway to walk on. However, the pathway or the difficulty of that walking on the pathway is not so much important to me, but why you want to become a doctor? So that's the question that I usually ask the students who come in and they say like, I want to do pre-med. As I see this nation, there are so many ancient ruins that I see. I see the age-old foundations being destroyed and destructed, and there are so many broken walls. We cannot live, or we cannot give this kind of environment or this kind of the world, or this kind of nation to our younger generation so that they're going to be living in the same condition as we are. No. If we don't do something about this, if they don't do something about this, then America is not going to be America anymore. So we need generation who build the ancient ruins. We need generation who raise up the age-old foundations. We need generation who could repair the broken walls, and we need generation who could restore the streets with the dwellings. And what they need, worldview. The worldview, as I encountered with so many different high school students and the college students in my past years, the worldview was something that was greatly missed among all young generation people, the worldview. If I ask you, what is your worldview, then can you answer it? Do you have a worldview? Now, this is how the dictionary defines. The worldview is the fundamental cognitive orientation of an individual or society encompassing the whole of the individual's or society's knowledge and point of view. Complicated, but to me, worldview is something like this. What are you thinking of yourself? How do you see yourself? What is the thing that is motoring or encouraging or motivating or inspiring or driving to leave one another day? What is it that you have that inside of your heart, the core center that you have this right mindset that you don't want to leave anyone else or you don't want to live like anyone else, but you have this clear pathway that you want to achieve something, but not just for yourself, but for the community or the bigger size or bigger the territory or the boundary of the community or the world. That is, to me, is the worldview. What is the worldview? Do our children have the worldview? How do you look at yourself? How do you see the world? So all of these things have been happening. How do you see it? And the next thing is, what can you do about it? There are 5 things that in order for a person to have the right worldview, and that is the courage to learn. Worldview does not come without learning. So you have to have this right mindset and readiness to learn. And I believe that learning takes a courage. And courage to experience. I'm not just talking about none of the parents would say like, hey, go out there and experience something negative. I mean, none of them can say that. But do you have a courage to experience whether positive or negative? Do you have the courage to experience failures? Do you have the courage to experience something so tremendous that none of the people would go through, but you want to go through and experience it? Courage to experience. And courage to understand. Because of lack of understanding, because we're so self-centered that we don't want to understand others, we don't want to understand something that is different from ours. But I believe that takes a courage to understand. And do you have a courage to realize? Now, this is probably one of the very challenging things. Realization. Do I realize it or do I refuse to realize? I think it takes a courage. And lastly, courage to accept. Probably this is going to be the most difficult thing. Can you accept the fact that you are lower than the other? Can you accept the fact that you are not more spiritual than the others? Can you accept the fact that you are you? So 5 things: the courage to learn, courage to experience, and courage to understand, and courage to realize, and courage to accept. These are the 5 core things that will form the worldview of a person. With the right worldview in the heart, we can change the world. And as you saw through the COVID-19, this pandemic happening that's been happening for so many months, we're gonna have to have, we need the change. We need at least a change in this world. But without this right worldview for our generation or younger generation, the world that we're looking at probably will be the same or it could be worse. And a right worldview, it starts from a healthy self-image. What kind of worldview that would you like to have your children to have? Well, this is the vision that I have for the younger generation, or maybe wishful thought, and that is the world may look vague. The world may look very unclear. The world may look very uncertain. The world may look very insecure. But the young generation, these people, these children that we have, they have a right side to see the clear vision out of all this ambiguity, all this vagueness, and all this foggy world, and all this uncertainty, all this insecurity, but they have this worldview. They could see clearly the pathway ahead of them. And that pathway is not just for themselves, but for contributing. Now, we talked about the contribution to college, contributing to the community that you are in, the worldview. And this is something that we are committed to. We elite, we are committed to raise an overcoming generation. We're not just providing the SAT prep or ACT prep or all these tutoring program and all, but we are committed to raise an overcoming generation so that they could actually contribute to their community and they could change the world. And one of the essays, the previous speaker talked about that, one of the essays saying that what can you contribute to our community for college is so true. What can our children, as they graduate from the undergraduate or the graduate school, what can you do to contribute to the community they're going to be living in? Now, for the remaining time, just briefly, I'm going to go over this. The spring semester, we had a tremendously difficult time, and especially the math, science, and English and AP classes were disastrous, all right? And are we expecting a much better system coming in this fall semester? Maybe, but we don't expect that things got to be much better than the spring semester. So for this, we have, as an elite, we have a very special program. And I'm running out of time, so I'm going to be really short on this. So we have a very powerful program to support our children or the high school students for their better learning and thorough learning. And it's going to be the supplemental program next to like the AP classes and all the classes in high school, especially for the high school. Now, for more information, I would like you to contact your local the elite branch. To summarize all the things that I spoke for the past like 35 minutes or so, it is the right worldview that students should have. And I know that every student has a potential. So whether you go to Harvard, Princeton, Yale, or you go to Cal State Northridge or Cal State LA or community college, it's the worldview that is going to make change in your life. And that's the worldview that every single student should have. Because college education is not everything about their life. College education is not everything about one's life, but how they're going to live after the college life, after the college education. The worldview. It is very important as parents and as educators that we help our students to have a right worldview to pursue their goal in their life. Once again, I want to thank you so much. My name is Sam Rim, and if you have any more questions or you want to contact me, then there's the contact information. And once again, I want to thank you so much for attending the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rim. All right, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because next up, Mr. Richard Myung is here to talk about money. That's right, he's going to be sharing advice about how to maximize college financial aid, some good practical advice. So stick around because after this short break, we will be right back.
It dreams big, like really, really big. Hope sees potential when others don't. Whoa! And it can see the future. Hope is the boss of its money, but it knows what really matters. Hope is day one. Hope is everywhere you look. At Bank of Hope, we have the tools, guidance, and you got it, hope for whatever you want to achieve. So come in. Welcome to Bank of Hope.
All right. Hello, friends. We are back with our fifth speaker of the 11th Annual Korea Times College Expo. Mr. Richard Myung is the founder, president, and CEO of the AGM Institute. Here to let you know how to maximize your college financial aid. Please welcome Mr. Richard Myung.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to see you, and I've been a main speaker since the first college fairs about many years ago. And it's really hard to discuss about how to save more money and to maximize the eligibilities for the college financial aid. So it is, instead of just talking to everyone, I'd like to share all the slides that could really help you to understand. Okay, today I'm going to discuss about how to maximize college financial aid and admission rate at the same time. Most of the people, they understand that college financial aid is not related to admissions. Maybe if anyone applies for college financial aid, and they could definitely have a disadvantages for admission rate, but actually it is not. It's a need basis. So we must understand that nobody should be discriminated based upon for admissions upon their financial needs. So that the most of financial aid has been designed based on federal and also state grants and also schools grant. So anyone who is really curious about how to go to private colleges with less cost than the state universities, and you must stay on this, actually, all these slides. So this is me. We must understand how much it could cost first. According to the College Board, like the year 2020 to 2021, many schools are not updated so far because still they're under registration period as well. So when we look back 2019 and 20, this is California, state of California, you could see that in-state rate or out-of-state rate, total cost of attendance is including the tuition, room and board, book cost, transportation, fees, and personal expenses. So entire cost to finish our whole college school years and all expenses. And this is Georgia. It's a little bit cheaper because of all the cost of attendance and all prices, necessary prices are quite low, and it's very compared to that of California. And these are the schools that we are very interested in, actually try to challenge and to get admitted to. So what is college financial aid? College financial aid aids are two types, merit-based aid or need-based aid. But need-based aid is a magnification of a merit-based aid. Need-based is based on the parent's income and student income and assets, number of students, how many household size they have, or net worth of business, or it depends on financial aid formula. So need-based includes merit-based aid. Most of the people, they misunderstand that once they are awarded by merit-based scholarships, then it could be different than need-based aid, but actually that is included inside the need-based aid. So eligibilities, okay, this is very important starting point. Who could be eligible for the financial aid? And it is based on students' current residing status, like a permanent resident or U.S. citizens. Even though the international students, they have, even though they have a very rare chances, but over 172 the schools are currently awarding international student financial aid as well. And also, as long as your eligibility requires at least a 2.0 out of 4.0 scale, you know how hard to get a lower than 2.0? Like if you want to graduate on time, you must have at least a 2.0. Then which means that nobody has any disadvantages, especially applying for college financial aid, because they will be equally treated as long as they have 2.0 or more. And they don't like a drug record, but unless you sold the drugs, and you'll be eligible to get it after clearing with a petition. And this is a really concise timeline. Upcoming October 1st, and rising seniors will start filing college financial aid applications. And there are several different types of college financial aid applications based on the school's requirement, like a FAFSA, free application for federal student aid, or CSS profiling. CSS is really important part of the college financial aid, because any schools awarding the most grant or scholarships will require CSS profiling. CSS profiling stands for College Scholarship Service Profiling. Normally, you have to submit it through College Board. And income tax will be filed from January 1st. And also financial aid offer will be offered for early action, early decisions first, so that around the mid-February, most of admitted students for early action, early decisions, they would start getting kind of financial aid award letter. So that you have to be able to identify and evaluate how much financial aid you were awarded and whether or not you were awarded on average. So if you are not, then you have to start appealing period, and actually starting from around March. So this is very important slide, and I'm going to spend most of times for this slide. That what is the cost of attendance? I told you that total cost of attendance means tuition, room and board, food cost, transportation, various fees. Sometimes the school has over 12 different kinds of fees, or personal expenses as well. So if you put together, that is our total need. However, financial aid is calculated based on student and parents' income, asset, including all cash or savings as well. And how many students are enrolling to the college from the same household would be a very important thing as well. And also how many household size members you have. There are so many different types of techniques, but actually we will just go for just general things today. And net worth of business, yes. Some businesses, some schools, they want to know more about the parents' business, whether they have a proprietary, or they have an S corporation, C corporations, and how many employees they have. That could be very difficult issues. And some schools even ask for such as business farm supplement forms, like looking at 3 years in a row or financial status. I will discuss about it later. So that students' income and asset will be the source of calculation for a student contribution amount, whether or not how much they earn or how much they have. And to give you briefly, this year, if student made more than $6,660, any exceeding amount, half of exceeding amount will be increased by student contribution this year. And also anything they have in their accounts, and 20% will be assessed by federal methodologies or institutional methodologies, 25%, consensus has a 5%. It's very various. And also parents, all the other income and asset will be calculated for the parent contribution. So once these are put together, will become expected family contribution. Then we normally, in Korean, is a 가정 분담금. So these family, this EFC is the portion that the family must cover it up by their own money. So there are three different methodologies. So federal methodology, institutional, or consensus methodologies. And you have to be careful what you type it in, because even though your little mistake could cost more than several $1,000s in your financial aid as well, if you don't understand the formula. So formula understanding the formula is one of the key to start and plan your financial aid. So the remaining portion out of total need is called financial need amount, which is the maximum targeted amount for the college financial aid. So we call that remaining need as well. And these, like public school and private schools, they will definitely refer to this financial need amount from their own cost of attendance. And then public school has two types of public school, right? Such as the in-state tuition rate or out-of-state tuition rate. So in-state tuition rate, usually on average financial aid amount is 60 through 72% of financial need amount, where California has a different, California has the most Cal Grant support. So that California has about 82 to 86% based on the schools. And about 55 to 65% would be like a gifted aid, from the entire amount you will receive, which gifted aid means grant or scholarships that you don't need to pay. But the remaining portion will be awarded together with the gifted aid most of times, and work study program or loan program, something like that. And which would be around 35 to 45%. And out of state, there are so many students applying for out of state school during admission period, but you have to really be careful, because out of state student should have at least $25,000 to $30,000 more in tuition, and there is no state aid as well because it is out of state. So that out of state student could receive only about in between 40 to 48%, but sometimes even 40% or less. So you have to be careful when you select the schools to apply. And private schools, usually they have so much school endowment fund. So you don't need to worry about. There are so much endowment funds available, so that they award in between 92 to 100% of your own financial need. But you have to look back your EFC amount. Their calculation is different than state calculation as well. So out of even 90 to 100%, gifted aid award is normally included 72 to 86%, sometimes even 98%, such as the Princeton. And the remaining portion is also self-help. With self-help, it's a work study program and loans together. So we have to really remember all this diagram. So I'd like to suggest you apply for public and private together. Okay, for any person who joined in, the or has to leave, then you please make sure when you have any questions, you use this email address so that we will be able to give you right answers on time. So college financial aid, important factors. First of all, financial aid application is a very important thing. Eligibility, what types of or requirements, etc. Then various deadlines. Deadline is a very important part. Usually federal deadline is June the 30th, and state deadline is based on each state, where the school is located, which state. If you go access FAFSA application, you will see each deadline of the states. But the school requires priority deadline. Priority deadline is the key to success in financial aid. You must meet priority deadline to maximize your eligibilities, because if you don't keep priority deadline, then the school may not be able to give you their own school grant, sometimes which would be $40,000, $50,000 a year. So the earliest deadline, priority deadline, would be early action, early addition students by the end of October, something like that. So you have to really think. And financial aid formula planning, average data. School's average data is very important in whether or not you were under-awarded or mis-awarded. application process, of course, this is very, very important thing because the application is the essence of the information that they could measure how much financial need you have. So preparation, evaluation, process, appealing, negotiation, finalization is very important part. How about requirements for college financial aid? What do they require? First of all, FAFSA, pre-application for federal student aid, which is for the purpose of calculating federal and state grant, need basis grant. And CSS profile, normally it is submitted through College Board, but it depends on what kind of financial situations you have. If you're a parent or have so many businesses or any S corporation, C corporation, LLCs, and they may require business farm supplement form for last year's, this year's, even projection for the next year for income and loss and asset and liabilities. And IDOC system is very important thing. Some school, like among the schools requiring CSS profile, you have to really watch over this IDOC requirement because IDOC is a verification system, institutional documentation service. If you, like 3 of 5 schools you are applying through CSS profile is under IDOC, then you don't need to submit the same form to each school. Only IDOC will actually deliver all the same type of the evaluation forms and actually all your submitted data to the school by themselves. An institutional financial aid application, yes, there are many schools, or especially private schools, still requiring their own financial aid application as well. And also income verification, yeah, that is one of the reasons that a school wants to know more detail because they require tax transcripts or something like that. Even the parents contributed Roth IRA, for example, and it is not shown on the tax form. But once you get a tax transcript, then they would know that they could identify and they treat those dollars as non-taxed, untaxed income calculation. And also expense verification and follow-ups, very important thing. And also negotiation, because 8 or 9 out of the students' cases, they are under-awarded or mis-awarded more than $3,000 each year, yearly basis, but they don't understand how much they were mis-awarded or under-awarded or better awards they received. But we do have all the information, so if you just contact us, then we can evaluate your financial aid packages. This is FAFSA application for this year. You could see that this right-hand side, the right-hand side is a deadline for the state deadlines. And also, this is the first page of CSS profile, which is very important thing. You can just access through with your own College Board username and password, but you have to be very careful because the CSS profile could be the more than 360 questionnaires based on your situation. But once you submit it, there's no way that you can actually make a corrections online. So you have to be very careful, and you have to maximize your usage, maximize the optional sections like special circumstances, and that is one of the way that you can express, you can discuss about your financial situation, something like that. So you have to utilize those functions too. And also, business farm supplement form, I told you, they are looking at 3 years in a row, last year, this year, or next year's, and income and asset, and also income and loss, and asset and liabilities. So I showed you only 2 pages, but actually it is based on 5 pages. How about EFC calculation? Many student families ask me that, how they can maximize the eligibilities for their college financial aid. But as you could see that, income, financial asset, properties, business value, they're all calculated, but here, like a college savings plan, such as education IRA, corporate savings account, or 529 plan, that is one of the killing factors. Because the purpose of saving is for the maximum their college financial aid. There are 4 types of college financial aid. One is by the government, like a federal government, and state government and school and parents as well. So 529 plan, you have saved the funds for supporting college education by the parents, but they want them to use for the education in advance. That's why the same amount of money could increase over 500% of the EFC amount. So as I show you here, taxed income, here, all red color would not a favorable situation like rental income or investment income, interest income. Let's say if your tax return shows like a $2,000 interest income, then they would think that if they have a CD, how much they have it, then why do they need any financial aid or something like that? Or untaxed income, if you have this type of plan, and any contribution will be shown on your tax return. So the schools could think that why don't they use that money for the college financial aid? They want to save their own taxes and maximize their retirement income, and they want to maximize their financial aid. The purpose of contribution is treated is the negatively actual. So it will cause definitely adverse effect. Assets. And assets, I discussed about this college financial aid assets. So these are all the AFC calculation factors. And so that the parents, they must have the idea to help your student, help your kids to select the list of the schools by maximizing college financial aid. So for example, University of Pittsburgh, Penn State, Lehigh, Villanova, Lafayette, Dickinson College. These are the schools in Pennsylvania, as an example. Total cost of attendance you could see last year. And then EFC has been calculated in different ways because each school has a different methodology, the application. So financial need amount is the remaining need after deducting EFC. And then each school financial aid, this is the average percentage, right? So some school could award 61%, and out of 61%, 42% is grant or scholarships, 58% is the self-help, so that it could cost them about $15,074 a year. Or if you look at Dickinson College, right? And financial need money became $61,716, and they award 99%. And even 82% of 99% is a grant or scholarship, so that it could cost them even only less than $6,000. So we have to strategize, what kind of colleges you are going to apply for. This is the initial, very important issue. And how to maximize college financial aid by planning? Okay, this is very essential question. How soon? You have to prepare 2 years in advance, because once for the rising seniors, and next year they will enroll the college, so 2021, so prior year. So they will look at 2019 tax return. Understanding of financial aid formula, there are 3 different types of formula. And EFC adjustment by planning. Planning is the most key to success, because you can reposition countable asset to non-countable asset, countable income to non-countable income, always legal ways. And strategic college selection to apply, I told you, please select the schools giving a maximum college financial aid, and then let them just compete each other. And fulfillment of request information, evaluation of college financial aid award is very important thing. I told you that 8 or 9 out of 10 cases is awarding like more than $3,000, less awarded or under awarded. So appealing process is very important thing, but you have to really strategize it. Just sending a letter is not enough thing to verify that you need more financial aid. So net price calculator is also, you have to really watch over. Each school offers you net price calculator, but there are so many things that are not countable, so that actually you could be sometimes blinded because they just put the condition disclosure. This net price calculator does not represent a final that determination or actual award of financial assistance, or they say it may change. So the school is using this net price calculator as a marketing tool to recruit more better students with less cost. These are the last second page from Webb's paper version, that there are countable asset, shows investment include or investment also include or investment do not include, but this is based on federal methodologies. Only difference is like the home equity would not be accountable for the state schools, but some schools, Georgia Tech, University of Virginia, or College of William & Mary, they count it on. And of course, even private schools, they count it on. When do you need to appeal for college financial aid award? Like based on special circumstances, like a family income losses or significant medical expenses, or under-awarded situation. Let's say out of $76,000 cost of attendance school, the family had $6,000 EFC. Then $70,000 is a target amount, and schools average is currently awarding 90%, which include $63,000. But student received only $42,000, so shortfall is about 30% less. Or this is under-awarded. Mis-awarded situation is they received almost the same, but grant to scholarship ratio is different. So grant to scholarship for schools averages, it would be 72%, where the student received the 52%. This is called the mis-awarded situation. So in this situation, you have to really do the appeal situation. So this is one of the case that Boston University. So the student received the $35,500, but after several appealing, and she received the $10,000 more. So admission rate. Okay, this is for your references. When you play back all this the seminar, then you will have really good information. So what we have to do is we need to measure where we are, how much we understand, how we can maximize it. So we developed a college financial aid self-evaluation kit. So if you send me an email, then we will send you this form, and then we will send you also your requesting in like more detailed forms or information. So please make sure to contact us with your questions. So we are more than happy to help you out too. Okay, so these are college financial aid digest. Usually, I could present with these information is more than 2.5 hours when I have a seminar. But I'm planning to have additional seminar maybe within a couple of weeks. So please stay tuned. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Myung, for sharing that advice. I think you just saved a lot of students and parents a lot of money. So we greatly appreciate your insights. All right, we're going to take a quick break between speakers, but stay with us because next up, you'll be getting some great advice about college essays. Thanks for joining us today, and we'll be right back.
Educational consulting service that works very intimately and closely with our students and parents. We are a community of counselors that come from admissions offices from different colleges.
KTV 뉴스 속보입니다. 대학마다 학자금 재정 보조금이 3,000달러 이상 덜 나오는 경우가 대학의 어필을 통해서 정확한 보조금을 받아야 한다고 전문가들은 강조하고 있습니다.
이제는 대학 학자금 때문에 걱정하지 마십시오. 자녀분들의 대학 학자금 무상 보조 혜택을 최대화시킬 수 있도록 정성을 다해 도와드리겠습니다.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, it is my honor to introduce Mr. Ryan Lee. Mr. Lee is a neuropsychologist who graduated from USC with a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and from Columbia University with a master's degree in cognitive psychology. Here to let you know how to write a winning college essay. Please put your virtual hands together for Mr. Ryan Lee.
Thank you for the introduction. Let's start this. So today I will be talking about the winning essays. Now I know a lot of seniors, upcoming juniors, and some other college preparation students having a very hard time writing essays, and they want to know what actually is a winning essay. So today I will be pointing out a lot of tips and tricks. While doing my presentation, if you have any questions, please refer all your questions to your Q&A box. Our staff members will write your answers, and if necessary, we will give a consultation appointment. 어머님들 한국말로 적으셔도 되니까요. 질문들이 있거나 아니면은 궁금한 점이 있으면은 Q&A 박스를 이용해가지고 적어주시면 저희 직원이 제가 세미나를 하는 동안에 답변을 드리고 필요하면은 저희 컨설테이션을 잡아드리도록 하겠습니다. So let's get started. First, I want everyone to understand who you're talking to. Now, this essay is not an essay that you've been used to write for your school teachers, for other competitions. It's just a different audience. We're actually writing to the admission officer. So first, everyone, I want you guys to think who you're writing to. Now, what does the admission officer want to see? What does the admission officer want to hear about our story? Do they really want to know what they already know, such as their school information? Or what do they actually want to know? Now, this is the first thought and the very important thought that everyone must start. Now, a fact that nearly 1/3 of college freshmen are dropping out from college. Now this to community college, to Ivy Leagues. And the finger pointing was going to the admission officers. And throughout the years, we've seen a lot of changes, change after change after change after change. They've been actually asking, who are you? What kind of person are you? They've been giving a lot of creative questions. I really want to know who you are. Please express yourself. Now, those questions was, a very important question to answer maybe a couple years back. Now, nowadays, college essays has been changing. Now, in what direction? In order to answer this question, we really need to look into a holistic review process. Now, what does holistic review process mean? Now, colleges nowadays, they don't necessarily want to look at one thing and one thing only. They don't want to hear one story and one story. Not about your SAT scores, not about your GPA alone, but they want to know about your personal character, your interest, your honors and accomplishment, but the behind stories of it. They really, really care about you, and they want to hear about your unique perspective. Now, if you overcame any obstacles, they really, really want to hear that story. If you have a background story that you want to illustrate, that could be a great topic to illustrate. Any special talents? Oh, that's a great way to express yourself. And of course, the standardized test scores, grades, your recommendation have to align with the essays. So before I zoom into college essays, I do want to emphasize that it's an entire application process. Your essays, what you write in your extracurriculum section, what you write throughout your entire application must align with your story, with the recommendation, and with the remaining of the application that you are about to fill out. So colleges, guys, really, really care about everything else rather than the score itself. Now then, what do we emphasize? Now I want to give this story. There's a balance and there is a focus. I like to give this analogy to a lot of my students. Now, there's a lot of ways to approach a specific success, right? We can take multiple approaches. So in your early stages, when usually I say 9th graders and 10th graders, it might be a better idea to spread out your interest, trying different things. However, you got to think, why am I doing this? Is this something that I really want? And guess what, guys? If, I don't want this, this is not for me, is one of your answers, I say bravo. That's also one very important thing that you got, right? So process of elimination could be one way to find an answer. So in your early stages, balancing out, trying different things with active enthusiasm, that's a great way. However, what college admission really want to see is to ask a question that you must answer, which I will be illustrating some of the actual college prompts, but they want to know, why are you applying to our college? Why are you applying to this specific major? In order to answer, you need actual experiences. I call that personal project, and I call this an action resume. Maybe to summarize what you've actually done, but rather than what you did, what you thought, your process of thought could be a very good start in any essays, especially when it comes to the college essays. So let me ask you this question to think about. Are you a balanced individual? Do you have any focus towards your specific major? Or do you have a goal school that you're applying early and you have a fundamental reason why you want to go to that specific school? Do you have a fundamental reason or any experience that you truly can illustrate why this is your passion? Having to answer this question to see how balanced you are, to see how focused you are, this is something that you need to answer from your own experience. A lot of my students go throughout the years these specific projects and specific action resume to fill out. What is your personal project that makes a difference? What is your action resume that you can illustrate, that is so fun that you can go on and on to talk about? What are your values? Now, this is the very first step of writing an essay. And this must happen before you even brainstorm your essays. So let's jump in to essays. Now, as everyone knows, we have two different main kinds of essay. In common application, which most of private schools apply, we have our common application main essay and a supplement. Now, surprisingly, a lot of students think it's the same essay. And let me tell you, it's not. The main common essay will illustrate one of the 7 prompts that you can choose. However, in your common app essay, main essay, you would want to illustrate how creative you are, how different you are. You can come up with a lot of illustrations that differentiate yourself to others. So it's more of a creative essay. It's more of an essay that you want to really illustrate who you are. However, the supplementary essays has a fundamental different objective. Now, colleges are asking additional questions in the supplementary form because they want to see, are you a good student that matches our specific school, our specific major? Did you ever thought about this specific major that you're applying? Do you know what curriculum our school offers? Are you sure that this college is really a right fit for you? So they want to ask what your thoughts are based on actual experiences. So when college main essay is to illustrate the creative measures, the creative actions of yours, supplementary prompts, it's specific to real actions, real experience of yours. So how do you make a stellar essay for your main essay? How can you be so creative? Let me give you 5 tips. Now, number 1, please specify. Now, when I start college essays with my students, they tend to illustrate so many things because I know that you've tried so hard doing so many things while in high school. And I want to give you props for that. However, we have 650 words to write our main essay. And please, guys, do not try to make a whole movie out of this. As a matter of fact, we want to zoom in and we want to illustrate a very specific scene. Why? Because we want to show more about the fundamental reason behind our actions, fundamental thought process behind our actions. So it's not about writing more. As a matter of fact, it's to zoom in, narrow in to a specific scene. In a movie script, you're a director. In parentheses, you gotta direct what kind of tone of voice you're going to illustrate, what type of illustration of a background that you're going to use, and how your story is going to be a moving story, an illustration of a story. That's very important. In order to do that, try to be very, very specific. So as you go on and on and on with different drafts, it can be a very important checkpoint of yours. Is my story specific? Am I illustrating too much? Or is this a zoom-in scene that will make things interesting? Number 2. Now, this is an essay to really show about yourself. But guess what? I'll tell you how to make the most boring essay or most boring movie ever. If I want to illustrate a very sad story or a very scary movie, if I say this story is about to be sad, oh guys, guess what? I'm going to show you something very scary in 5, 4, 3, 2. No, right? We don't want to necessarily say, oh, I am going to write about a sad story, or this is about a sad illustration. You want to be personal and illustrate with stories. It's a showcase about your story. Not your family's, not about anyone else, not your friend, not your teachers, but about you. You gotta remember, because a lot of students tend to go off topic and they want to talk about their family problem. They want to talk about their immigration story. Well, yeah, it can be good, but it still needs to be your story. So another checkpoint while you're reviewing your own essay, you want to make sure that this is a personal story and it's about you, not your family, not your friend, you. In order to do this, you want to share different values. Now, it's very hard to start this essay, I understand. So this is what I recommend all students to start. Why don't you start brainstorming with your values? What kind of values do you have? What is important to you? Now, value doesn't necessarily need to be a specific experience. It would be nice if there is more stories to tell within a specific experience, but it can be a perceptual thought. It can be a story that you've told. It can be a very specific lecture that got you moving. Even the very small things that got you thinking. Oh, I want to call that values. So how do you start this big main essay? You want to start from illustrating your small values and tying them up together. But be careful. You want to be confident enough to illustrate your stories. You want to be confident enough to brag about the things. However, the whole purpose here is not about bragging. You want to be very precise with words, but you don't want to necessarily brag. Why? Because like I said, guys, it's about a process of thoughts. Now, if I want to illustrate Steve Jobs, we want to know why. What process of thought did he have while making this amazing products? If you start writing about, oh, I have this knowledge that I'm going to use in my next product, and I have this fundamental strategies in my business, yeah, that can be what's going on in your head, but you don't really want to illustrate that kind of things because that's not what college administrative officers want to see, right? Rather just illustrating facts, they want to really see, so what? Why did you come up with this story? Why did you come up with this club? How did you overcome this obstacle rather than the fact itself? And lastly, guys, I really, really want to emphasize that you are special. Now, people ask me, oh, Ryan teacher, I don't have any very special events. I did not have 1,000 hours of extracurriculars. And what do I write? And guess what? I've helped hundreds of students, and each and every one had a very special talent, very special story. I want this essay to be you. Don't try to mimic anyone. Don't try to get something else. Try to think who you are, because I know for a fact that each and every one of you guys listening to this lecture, you're already special. Please know, be you. Now, I would like to show some examples. I'm going to share 2 examples. I'm not going to read out an essay, but let me tell you an example how the very small things can illustrate as a wow factor, a stellar essay. Now, I had a student who went to Guatemala for a volunteer trip. Now, he's been going, and we've been sending students to Guatemala every year with different causes. Now, he came up to me after the trip, and he gave me reflections that it was an amazing experience, that it was so different from what he's been living in Los Angeles, and how Guatemala is just so different. And he was moved by the students there. But that's not the real story. The real story is he actually came up with a very interesting topic to talk about after the trip. He told me that, hey, Ryan teacher, I know that I wanted to make a lot of money, but I think I'm gonna have to make more money. So I was like, well, you told me a lot of times, so I know that you love money, but why more? He told me that I actually wanted to make a lot of money because I didn't want to live poor. But after the Guatemala trip, I have a cause to make more money because I want to help others. And in order to help our others, I need power. I need money. I couldn't give anything to them because I didn't have anything. And bingo, that was when I told him, guess what? I think I know exactly what we want to illustrate to the admission officers. Not the fact that to brag about that you went to Guatemala every single year to help out. You actually have a motive behind why you want to be educated, why you want to excel. That was his main prompt. And yeah, that story moved the admission officers. He got into the school that he wanted to. And number two, now she was the type of student who always blushed up in any public speaking, even a small group in A1. If I got her to talk, she starts sweating and she's like, why are you doing this to me, Ryan teacher? She always thought, no, she was a bad speaker. And guess what? In her senior year, beginning of senior year, end of junior year, she decided to make a debate club. And because she realized that the fact that people actually listen to her, and the fact that the fact that she knows that her words can actually influence others, that's when she knew that, oh my God, people are not necessarily judging me. People are listening to me. I want to give this idea to the remaining of my peers. And she found another student blushing up in front of audience, and she started telling her story one to another. And at the point that she wanted to make a whole club to illustrate her own experience. Oh, I think that's a great motive. It's not necessarily bragging about, hey, guess what? I'm the president of a debate club. She was actually illustrating her motive. She had a very specific story to tell. And it was so genuine because it's an actual story that she was telling to others. Now, guys, these things, oh, I'm just a club president in a single school. No. These small things could flower to a great story. Now, in supplementary essays, now I've been telling students that, yes, supplementary stories are different. It should be factual based. You got to find the right fit, the common denominator between yourself and the school. So you need to start researching. Please start researching about specific programs. Please start researching about very specific traditions. Picture yourself in that specific campus. What do you want to do? What's the first thing you want to do? That's the mindset of supplementary research. Now, basically, a lot of supplementary essays start with the why essay. And surprisingly, a lot of students had a very hard time writing this why essay. Let me give you 3 main points to write this why essay. Number 1, you want to illustrate what do you actually expect from this school. Now, this could be a reason why you want to go to this school. This could be one of you picturing yourself in that specific campus. That's a good idea to start. And number 2, what can you contribute to the school? Oh, maybe this is not something that you've been thinking, right? I want you to think what you can contribute to the school from your own experience in high school. What can you bring? Think about that. And lastly, what is your fit? Because the objective of this why essay is to see, are you a good fit with our school? Do you have something that you expect out? And I would like to know if you can give anything to our school community. To answer these 3 things, oh yes, you got this why essay. Now, these are sample prompts from different schools. And the reason I'm showing you this prompt is to illustrate how specific these schools want the essays to be. How they want to see, oh, do you know about us?
We're Caltech, we're different. We want specific students to be thinking this way. Now it's 250 to 400 words, but these specific prompts, they have a reason behind their questions. So again, guys, think in terms of the admission processor. They want to know your thoughts. They want to see how good of a fit you are. Let's look at a different school. Now in Pomona, like in liberal arts school, look at their prompts. It's such a different color, right? As illustrated in these supplementary prompts, we can have a peek of the look what these schools value. Now they're asking, imagine having 1 a.m. debate class. Oh my God, what does that mean? Oh, they want you to have a genuine interest about something. Share your favorite quote. And what does it mean to you? Now, what does it mean to you is more important than sharing the quote itself. And they want to understand you better about a skill. So how is that skill important to you? Is there something that you can go on and on and on and on to illustrate something about yourself? If so, that's exactly what they want to know. Now, don't get these questions wrong. There is no right answer. Now, some people say, oh my God, I'm pretty sure they already have an answer that they're looking for. Ooh, no, not at all. So be real and be you. Some students want to illustrate the fact that, I have a reason behind my B's. I have a reason behind my C's. Guys, that's not a good way to approach your essays. As a matter of fact, and this is an actual UC prompt, there is an additional comment section. Please, guys, use these additional comment section. Now, yes, it's optional. Some are required. But even though it says optional, it's not really optional. If you have something to really illustrate, were you impacted by something else? Oh, you actually have another supplementary prompt to discuss about this. I do not want your personal essay nor your supplementary essays to be giving excuses. So guys, use this additional comment section in your personal insight, and this is where you have a chance to illustrate or give specific reasons behind your grades, behind anything that you want to illustrate. Take advantage of this. Now, I would like to answer any questions if there's any. Now, if you have any questions, we can give you solutions for the action resume. We can give you solutions to the fit process. We can give solutions of what kind of personal project is a good project. How can I illustrate my fit towards a supplementary prompt? Now I have so many things to write about. What's a good prompt for me to choose? Now anything. If you can call us in the number 3239380300, we can give you consultation. If you can visit our website and illustrate your questions from there, we can also give you any questions or consultations. So please take advantage of our personal consultation sessions. And everyone, good luck with your essays.
All right. Thank you so much for that great advice, Ryan. I think a lot of our students are jotting down essay ideas as we speak, so we're very grateful for your insights. All right, friends, let's take a quick break to hear from our sponsors, and when we return, Marie Kim from Ivorywood Education will be here to talk about extracurricular insights, so stay with us, and we will be right back.
Hi, my name is Ryan. I am a director of A1 College Consulting and a chief academic officer in A1 College Prep. The high school students have a very, very hard time putting their application together. It can be very intimidating to find what they want to study. There's more than thousands of schools out there, and my objective is to find the right fit for each and every individual and the right majors.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And thank you so much for being with us here today. Our next speaker, Los Angeles native Marie Kim, is founder and advisor at Ivorywood Education. Marie Kim is a Harvard University graduate, a former Harvard College Admissions Office staff member on the board of several Harvard University groups, including Harvardwood and Harvard Global Women's Empowerment. Before Ivorywood, Ms. Kim worked at the Harvard Law School Fund, served as director for President Barack Obama's White House campaign, and the director at the Democratic National Committee in Washington, D.C. She was finance co-chair for Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti's PAC, and before that, in Silicon Valley, she worked for a billionaire. At Nextdoor, she became its #1 marketing manager in the U.S. Ms. Kim is an education expert published in the Huffington Post, the Korea Times, and the Korea Daily. So here to present her talk on maximizing extracurriculars for the Ivy League and UCs, please welcome Marie Kim.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. I know it's been a long day. I'm going to make sure this is going to be worth your while. I've been seeing a lot of questions coming through about extracurriculars, so you're at the right place. We'll get started. All right, maximizing extracurriculars. Your hosts today are the advisors from Ivorywood Education. All of us are Harvard grads, and we meet with students one-on-one to help you maximize your resume and your extracurriculars. And then if you're a senior, we will start to finish helping you through those college applications. All right. We've heard that things have been changing in the college admissions landscape, so the future is in your activities. That's one element that has remained unchanged, and I will show you exactly how to navigate that. All right, so a little bit of housekeeping. If you'd like in the chat or Q&A, we will not spam. We will only get back to you to answer all of your questions. We can also follow up directly with you with the summary of our webinar, so you can just sit back and relax. We will have all the notes for you. If you stick around to the end, we have 2 exclusive opportunities. And if we have time, we will definitely do a live Q&A, but not to worry. If you send us your questions, we will get back to you via email, or we can even jump on the phone and answer each of them individually. Okay, so these are some of the things that we're seeing this fall, right? Schools distant. Lots of organizations have closed indefinitely, whether it's in the community, and programs on campus and off campus, a lot of them have canceled. So if you've been reading the news, you may have been reading some things. This is from Forbes. It came out recently. 300 college admissions officers came together. I think they wanted to ease people's anxieties about the uncertainty ahead. And so they've been saying things like this, you know, be gentle with yourselves, prioritize self-care. So my question to you is whether or not you believe that. Maybe by the end of today's webinar, you will have the answer to that. So along with what you've been hearing, this is what they are also saying. They're saying, we're going to assess activities and service in the context of the obstacles that the students are facing. So read between the lines. I mean, it's pretty clear here. If you have not face some sort of real difficulty or disruption in your life. Obviously, it is different if you have, but if you haven't, then you will be evaluated in the context of that experience. So you will be held to a different standard. If your family went through some major financial disruptions and difficulties, that will certainly be taken into account. But if that's not you, then you need to be working. So these are some excuses I've been hearing, not only from parents, but students. They're saying things like, well, nothing's open, that not a lot has happened in 2020 and it's maybe time to catch a break. I would think twice about that. Because I'm going to show you some examples. So we work with students, some very top tier candidates every year. And I will show you how they maximized their summer, this past summer, as we're speaking right now, what they were doing 100% virtually. So while some students were scaling back, I'm going to show you 3 examples of students who were really just high octane. They were moving forward, powering ahead. So we're going to start with Ring. Ring is a rising junior, and this is what he did this summer. He was working with us and he had to apply for a lot of different opportunities. We scrambled, we hustled, we made sure he was maximizing that resume. He was accepted to lots of different leadership positions, including Link Crew, Associated Student Body, Mayor's Youth Council. He took a business course at a college. He took another business marketing course at a college. He was accepted to be a social media manager at a nonprofit here in the west side of LA. He was also accepted to be an advisory board member for a nonprofit. He joined a Google Business student program. He is a published writer now, and he earned a certificate for completing Excel program. So this is Fagel. Fagel is a rising senior, and he is based out of Chicago, but he was doing everything virtually as well. So what did he do? He's a rising senior. He's working on his college apps, but we wanted to make sure this last summer he was going to maximize his extracurriculars. So let's take a look. He did 4 internships with the Chamber of Commerce, Project Fierce, Chicago House, a women's empowerment nonprofit. He's really interested in social justice issues. And so in each of these capacities, he was demonstrating that. He's into Bolivian culture, so he did a cultural immersion of that. He did some sort of research. He attended a news summer school. He completed a Harvard University course. He's LGBTQ, so he also attended annual proms and Global Pride Fest. He was a judge for a global Harvard essay contest, and he loves French films, so he was a reviewer of French films. And this is Kim. She is a rising junior. She is really into psychology. So she took a course in psychology over the summer. She earned an A. She completed a youth leadership program. She was really into that. She did a criminal investigation trial summer pre-college camp. She did research for a psychology professor at one of the UCs. She's the founder of a lip gloss company, and it's all organic. She's buying everything from Amazon. She's got a friend. The both of them are creating these lip glosses, and they're going to be donating the proceeds to BLM movements. And she attended 2 summits this summer, a teen medical summit, as well as a Girl Up Empowerment Summit. She was accepted to be a caller for a teen hotline. Again, as you see, that whole psychology theme consistently. And then she is working towards a national award where she's doing a virtual immersion. If you are joining us right now, thank you. This is Maximizing Extracurriculars. Go ahead and feel free to enter your information in the chat box. We do not spam. We will only get back to you to answer your questions. If you stick around to the end, we will show you 2 exclusive opportunities. And if we have time, we'll do a Q&A. All right, so just a quick recap. What has changed? Some of you on this call may not be interested in applying to the UCs since we're based out of California, even though we work with students globally. It is a very popular university. So we're using that as an example. But basically, if you're applying to the UCs or those types of schools, all the way up to the Ivy League, things have changed. SATs optional. Many sports are eliminated on campuses. Classes on colleges are going online. Those things have changed. What has not changed? Listen up. This has not changed. No change in extracurriculars. In fact, this is time to amp it up. Okay, so right now, if I am pulling straight from the common application, you have to complete at least 10 activities. They're asking for your participation now in the summertime during the school year. You want to also have some awards and distinctions. I don't have a sample today, but if you set up an orientation with us at the end or later, I will demonstrate to you. We've got students who have pages in their activities and resume, 5, 6, 7 pages of achievements. And they have been working towards that for at least 3-4 years. This is a zoomed in view of what I just showed you. So they're looking for things like leadership, recognition. What have you accomplished? This is straight from the UC application. They have a slightly different visual version on the online application, but essentially, if you see right here, there's about nearly 30 slots just for activities and those extracurriculars. So what are you doing academically or intellectually that's not required? What are those special programs you've done over the summers? What's your community service? What are your awards, even work experience? And at the bottom there are extracurriculars. Yes, so our specialty is extracurriculars. If you're in 8th grade, 9th or 10th, even 11th grade, come to us. We will maximize that resume for you in no time. This is a zoomed in view of what I just showed you. If you look closely, they're going to be looking for honors and leadership. And what have you done every year, 9th through 12th grade? So you want to show that continuity and that dedication over time. I'm pulling out 2 example essay topics that tend to come up. Again, I'm using the UC and I'm using Ivy Leagues. These are the questions that come up on the UC application. So look at what they're looking for: leadership, talent, creativity, challenges you've overcome. What inspires you? How have you made your community a better place? How do you stand out? If you look at all of these questions, so many of them are drawn from your experiences outside of the classroom. I mean, some can come from inside, but in large part, it's coming from those activities. So that's where you need the activities. And when SATs are going optional, right? You got your grades. What else do you have? You want to jam-pack those extracurriculars, but I'm going to say that with a caveat. You're not doing things randomly. You're not just trying to be busy for the sake of being busy. That's not what I'm suggesting or ever supporting. You need to do things in a purposeful way. And so when I showed you the students earlier, whether it was Ring, Fagel, or Kim, they had a theme going on. They were doing things purposefully, whether it was Ring, who's interested in business, Fagel, who's interested in social justice, Kim, who's interested in psychology. Those activities they did this summer aligned with those interests. It wasn't random. And so that's what you're trying to ultimately do to get a deeper dive into things, or like get things at a higher level. So the Common App is not different. It's really not. A lot of the questions surround the same competencies and interests. What's your identity? What's your talent? What are your interests? What are ideas that you have? Any research you've done? Your accomplishments? What's something that you find so engaging? Granted, some of them could have nothing to do with your extracurriculars, and that is fine. And you know what? In some instances, those make better personal statements. But by and large, you're going to see a lot of these essay questions emerge where you will have to draw from your activities because you got nowhere else to go. You can't write about your SAT score or your grades. You got to write about your activities. So you want to be focusing on that and amplifying that as much as you can. Quickly, what else has not changed? If you look closely here, there are different categories in which you're going to be evaluated as a candidate. And so everything from leadership to initiative you've taken, self-confidence, right? Working with others, creativity, you're going to be evaluated in those areas. And a lot of those emerge and get better over time from your extracurriculars, which is why I'm here today. And you want to try to get the highest rating. So if you look at the column on the right, you want to try to hit those excellence, top 10%, top 1%, top 5%. Those are the students who are getting into these top Ivy Leagues. And even for the students who are getting into the UCs, they are exceptional candidates. So if you think, okay, well, let me take it easy a little, things are closed. I can scale back. Think again. You got to jump on the virtual train. Virtual is the name of the game. All right. And you got to be creative. Think outside the box. If you are joining us right now, you are joining the Maximizing Extracurricular Seminar. We are so happy to have you here. Feel free to enter your information into the chat box. We will definitely follow up and answer all your questions. If you stick around to the end, we will talk about 2 exclusive opportunities. And if there's time, we will do a brief Q&A. Distinguishing excellence. Okay, there's different terms that you may have heard that are related to this concept. Basically, what did I say earlier? I'm not asking you to just be busy for the sake of being busy. You're not just maximizing resume to just pack it. No, it's in a purposeful way. You need to show your strengths. You need to show what are you good at. What is something that distinguishes you from other people? What makes you stand apart? So that's in Harvard lingo, distinguishing excellence. And what is that you have? You want to be focusing on doing that through your activities. So I'm going to go through just an initial list. This is certainly not comprehensive. If you want specific ones after the seminar, you can email us. We will get back to you. We will give you targeted ideas for your child. But I'm going to give a quick rundown of some ideas that you can start thinking about doing virtually, 100% virtually. So educational experiences. This can be anything from seminars to workshops to book clubs to online courses, pre-college programs. Volunteerism, you could do volunteer virtual mentoring. You could do volunteer letter writing. You could create craft kits. You could do virtual social media and digital design work for a nonprofit. And these days, locally, you could probably do in-person food deliveries with somebody who's able to drive, things like that. All right, awards. So there are plenty. You do a quick Google search. I'm sure you can find art contests, writing competitions, math competitions. Participate in them. You don't know them until you participate. So go ahead and try for those. There's also volunteer organizations that will give out presidential awards. You can apply for lots of scholarships that run the gamut, lots of different prize money out there. That's an award. Work on those. You could do certificates, right? You could do like a business course through Excel. You can get an art therapy coach certification. You could get Google course certificates. You could get a Red Cross CPR certification. If you're interested in becoming a future chef or baker, you could do food handler certifications. There's so many out there. Develop your skills. So it can be a hobby. It can be something you really wanted to learn, foreign languages. You can pick up a new instrument. You could learn to code. You could learn special programs or languages, MATLAB, Python, HTML, even Photoshop. If you're interested in solving the Rubik's Cube faster, that's a skill. Do that. You could put that on the resume. So just think of a lot of the different things you could do. Academic achievement. So this is, you could do foreign language exams. You could participate in honor societies. You can do a capstone project. You can also, again, enter those contests and get those achievements that way. If you're into music, there's musical virtual concerts and festivals. There's virtual competitions. You can do music theory courses. There's master classes. Okay, artistic achievement. So there's art competitions ongoing all the time. Everything is done virtually. You can do an art portfolio. Those take a while, so start early, at least a year in advance. You can do art exhibits and enter your art so that it's shown virtually. And leadership. So leadership can be through your school. It can be through your community. It can be on a national scale. There's youth advisory boards, there's youth councils, there's plenty of board positions. If you look for them and apply on time at your schools, apply for those officer positions, those applications come out, you need to seize those opportunities and then try to join things like ASB, Link Crew, student government. Initiatives, this is an easy one, right? You've heard students like, I'm gonna make a club, yeah, boom, I'm president, okay. It's not, it's gotta be more than that, but basically you can start your own club, you can start a nonprofit, a project, you can support a cause that you care about, you can set up your own company or business, whatever it is, just do something. STEM activities, right? You could do breakthrough science challenges, science projects, passion projects on engineering. You could do math challenges, stock market games. Research could be anything from pre-college programs that are structured at colleges like at USC to Tufts, or you could do something less structured with your peers and do more like, something science or math-based and produce a research paper. You could do something with a professor under their mentorship. And internships-wise, there's medical internships, social justice, all of them you could do virtually. You could do academic subject-related internships from psychology to linguistics. And there's also nonprofits out there, legal stuff, journalism stuff that you can do internships for as well. Think outside the box. So if your school is canceling sports teams, then pick another class or do it virtually. Okay, so no sports teams? Try another productive elective, right? Or join leadership. If there's no theater or dance, then work on your monologues or solos or do virtual group performances. If there's no science Olympiad, do independent research, work on a project, do some breakthrough challenges. If there's no hospital volunteering, then do virtual clinic volunteerism, because I know it's out there. Do a virtual medical internship. If there's no robotics, create your own stuff. Make a video, send it to the colleges, show them what you've made. And this one, read books? Yeah. I mean, you'd be surprised. A lot of people do not read books. They don't have time for them or they don't like to do it. But that's one way to distinguish yourself too. If you really do like to read, then really get into it. I've had a student who read an entire section of the engineering section of a library. That's probably 700 books. So there are schools like Harvard and Columbia. They even ask you questions about books you've read and to list them. So people don't know that. FBLA is a business type of program. If they don't have competitions, and start your own. And if you're interested in student government or that kind of forensic stuff with Model UN, if that's not happening, then do virtual campaign work, do an ambassadorship with a nonprofit. There's civic opportunities out there. So what can you do? I already gave you a lot of ideas. If you need specific ones for your student, reach out to us and we'll help you. Honor Society, advisory boards, capstones, initiatives, movements, summits, exhibitions, webinars, master classes, and virtual immersions. All right, so I'm going to show you two different types of schools, UCLA, because everybody knows it, and Harvard. What are they looking for? The given is good grades, good scores if you submit them, but what else? Okay, look closely. What are they looking at? UCLA and the UCs are looking at personal qualities, leadership, originality, right? Demonstration of giving back to your community, all of that. Those come from what? Your experiences and your activities. That's why you got to do the activities, okay? Likely contributions. This goes back to what I said earlier about distinguishing excellence. Right? It's not doing a bunch of random things, hit or miss, and just figure out, what your application ends up looking like. No, in a targeted, focused, passionate way. How can you do a deeper dive? How can you have more knowledge in something than your peers? That would be the contribution you bring. What's the diversity you bring? Whether it's a diversity of perspective or a diversity of experiences or skills. That's what they're looking for. They want evidence of achievement, right? You can write an essay saying you're great at something, but if I don't see it on the activities list, then I don't know if I can believe you. So you need to have evidence that you've done it. So go out there, do the leadership, do the performing arts accomplishments, do things that are creative, give back to your community. You can use that to write your essays, and you need to fill it out in the activities section. And finally, the opportunities, right? How are you taking advantage? full advantage of your opportunities. So they are looking for the student who maximized. They want to know, what did you do with your time in 4 years? How did you maximize your opportunities? So this is straight from Harvard. What are they looking for? So it's not just Harvard, but any school in that tier, right? So whether in terms of your activities or interests, what do you care about it intellectually, extracurricularly, right? They want to see that. Have you taken full advantage? What's your leadership role? Again, all goes back to activities. They want to see your potential and your growth over the years. Did you maximize your academic or personal or extracurricular potential? Have you been stretching yourself? Have you been working to capacity? How do you use your time? Are you a self-starter, right? And do you have direction? Again, this goes back to the distinguishing excellence, right? It doesn't mean you cannot be a generalist, like good at a lot of things. But it does mean try to have an area that you can stand apart in, because then it shows you may have a direction. Because you know what? You may be 17 when you apply, but they're thinking, is this the next Obama? Is this the next Zuckerberg? Right? Is this right? So think along those lines and try to demonstrate that in your applications. I found this in the Atlantic not too long ago, and I'm just gonna mention it very briefly because sometimes students think, well, you know what? I can get into the Ivy League. Yeah, I got good grades. I got very good SAT scores, and I did like a leadership here and there. I have what it takes. And I love that confidence because you need that confidence. But at the same time, I am here because I want you to understand that you may be thinking only about what you're doing. You don't know what other people have done. And so I have seen what other people have done. And so when I see students' profiles, I can see one who has maximized and one who has, put in the effort, but not really gone above and beyond. So this was a student who was obviously upset about not getting accepted to an Ivy League. And when she tried to stack up what she had done to some of her friends who got in, her conclusion was possibly that maybe she hadn't done enough and hadn't done as much as her friends had accomplished. And so you need to go into this school year to dominate. You don't want to regret. If there's one message I'm going to leave you with today, you need to maximize your extracurriculars for distinguishing excellence in a virtual world. 2 opportunities I promised you, okay? There's a global Harvard essay contest. It's open to boys and girls. It is a very great opportunity. If you want more information, email us. I'll send you all the information you need. This is a second one. It's the Harvard Art Prize. So if you're really good in arts, media, or entertainment, send us an email. We will get you all the information so you can participate in the Harvard Wood Prize. That is my contact. If I get an email from you, you will hear from me. I will get back to your questions. My email is right there, mkim@ivorywood.com. And so we are just about ready to wrap up here. Thank you so much for being here. The host of today's seminar, we are advisors from Ivorywood Education. Nobody maximizes extracurriculars like we do. So you need to maximize, you come to us. If you're in 8th grade, all the way through 11th grade, we will build that resume for you. If you're in 11th or 12th, we will start working start to finish on your college applications. And if you would like a free orientation, we are happy to meet with you. Our advisors are Harvard graduates. Like I said, if you enter your contact information, we will follow up and answer all of your questions at the end here. And yeah, you're welcome to email us anytime, and we look forward to meeting you. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap up here.
All right. Thank you so much, Marie. extracurricular activities have certainly been on the minds of lots of our students these days, and you've provided some specific guidance, so we really appreciate it. Thank you. Students, parents, and friends, our final speaker of the day is right around the corner. Mr. Kelvin James from Bank of Hope is going to be sharing some insights about financial aid. But first, let's take a quick break for a word from our sponsors, and we will be right back.
Dreams big, like really, really big. Hope sees potential when others don't. Whoa! And it can see the future. Hope is the boss of its money, but it knows what really matters. Hope is day one. Hope is everywhere you look. At Bank of Hope, we have the tools, guidance, and you got it, hope for whatever you want to achieve. So come in. Welcome to Bank of Hope.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our final speaker of the day is Senior Vice President and CRA Manager for Bank of Hope in Los Angeles, California. He's responsible for all aspects of managing the bank's compliance with the Community Reinvestment Act. Kelvin currently serves on the board of directors for Clearinghouse CDFI. He's previously served on the board of directors for affiliates of the Black Chamber of Commerce, Habitat for Humanity, NeighborWorks, and National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals. Kelvin has an MBA degree in global management from University of Phoenix, John Sperling School of Business, and a business administration degree also from University of Phoenix. Please welcome Mr. Kelvin James.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everybody, and welcome to the 2020 Korea Times College Fair and the Bank of Hope Financial Education and Literacy Training Presentation, also known as Hope FEL. Before I begin our presentation, let me share a rule of engagement. I understand you're joining this session via Zoom, the webinar, and YouTube Live. The Q&A chat box is available for you to post any questions you may have during the presentation. However, the Q&A chat box is only available viewing via the Zoom webinar platform. YouTube comments and questions will not be visible. Since my presentation is limited, we'll take some questions if available, doing our best to answer them during the presentation time or after. And please put your question in the Q&A chat room along with your email address in case we're not able to respond during the presentation or we're pressed for time. But we'll be happy to answer your question as quickly as possible. So now let me briefly tell you a little bit about Bank of Hope. So Bank of Hope, we are a Los Angeles-based bank. We've been in existence for more than 37 years combined. We are a bunch of legacy banks of acquisition and mergers over time. and since 2016 as Bank of Hope itself. Today we'll talk about banking, savings, budgeting, and credit from the perspective of the students that are certainly going to be in the position of receiving financial aid and managing that financial aid. You'll have some options available to you as you go about your career of being independent, going to different colleges, having different responsibilities. So you'll have access to different banking institutions for your purposes, and we'll talk a little bit about that, what your options are. The information that you'll use from today will help you manage your income, your expenses, your reputation, and prepare you for your next goals, because you're just about on the threshold of a goal of going to college, whether it be the 2-year, the 4-year trade school, etc. All of those experiences are going to involve money. So today's presentation is to provide you with information to give you hope for your financial future. So we'll start with the basics of checking and savings accounts. There are multiple types of accounts available through those institutions. There are solutions for different purposes that you may have in managing your money. And so we'll touch base on those two just a little bit. Some of the savings options that you have available to you, you're probably already familiar with. They serve different purposes, but they have added benefits to help you earn interest and protect your money. So as your money grows in those accounts, you'll earn interest. That's the money that the bank pays you for the benefit of borrowing your money for the time period that you leave it in your account. And so with that, you'll have some options available to you that'll pay you more money the longer you keep it with the bank, and less money for your money being more flexible that you will take out at your leisure. The way you earn money is the fact that your money not only earns the interest, but if you keep it in the bank without spending it, then your interest earns interest. Many people are familiar with the expression of compounded interest, and that's what you'll have there. So now, after you have an opportunity to put money into the bank, you'll have the responsibility of deciding what to do with it. And that is the plan. You'll decide either the choices of spending it, saving it for a short-term or long-term purpose, or giving some or all of it away. Having a little problem here with my mouse, excuse me. There we go. So as I said, some advisors suggest that you have a plan for managing your money. This is an example of one plan. Oftentimes, you'll hear the expression from people to you don't plan to succeed, then you can plan to fail. And in this case, the choices that you have are planning to serve yourself and your purpose, and plan to serve others. Others could mean anything. It could mean the philanthropic giving that you have to church or to nonprofits. It could be the debts that you owe for cable, cell phone, credit cards, loans, etc. So here's an example that we have for money management. It involves setting goals to achieve a certain outcome or desire. And so, as I mentioned earlier, a money management plan has different components. These are the components that are developed to help you achieve certain goals. One type of money management plan is called a budget. Your budget will involve a series of decisions that you make with different causes and effects. Some of you may have heard the expression plan to fail or fail to plan, while others falsely believe that because you're talented in an area or two, then you must be financially educated and a talented money manager. While some may be academically talented or athletically talented or socially talented, financial education and money management takes the same practice and discipline to succeed. So some of the building blocks for basic money management planning or budgeting: keeping track, identifying, analyzing. These are all experiences that you'll have. Whether your financial aid is 100% and your college is fully paid for, or you have to have that combination of financial aid and perhaps work or gift from family and any combination of them. They all involve keeping track, they all involve identification, they all involve analysis. So here's a sample breakdown by a budget category that you're probably familiar with. When it comes to certain expenses, your expense may have come from money you borrowed or credit or money given to you as a borrower. And you're supposed to be paying that money under a mutually agreed upon term. So a quick quiz on the difference between credit and debit. Many of you are probably familiar with this. The card being your method of obtaining the money that you use. So it's a credit card or a debit card. So you want to ask yourself these questions to see how familiar you are with credit and or debit. Some of you may be familiar with credit, but you may not be familiar with how lenders view your experiences in order to make their credit decision. These are the 4 C's. And the 4 C's of credit determine whether or not to lend you money. You probably have had this experience of the 4 C's if you've ever lent money to family or friend. Do they have the capacity to pay you back when agreed? Have they demonstrated good character or the likelihood from past experience to repay you? Do they have any money or capital? Do they have anything of value that they can give to you? Is there someone that you know or they know that will pay you if the friend that you loaned money to doesn't pay you back as agreed? Some of you may have seen your credit report, some of you may not, but a credit report essentially is the information about your credit experience. There are some algorithms, there are some mathematical equations that essentially predict whether or not you're going to repay what you owe. And so as a result, you have this credit report that documents that. So for credit cards, are they used to purchase goods and services? Do they take money from your checking account? Are you subject to interest charges if not paid in full each week? 2 of these are true, 1 of these are a lie. So with regards to the key takeaways concerning credit and good credit reputation, these are the primary ones. You want to establish good credit early on, and that could be, you'll find as you begin your college experience, these credit card offers that come through. You might be wondering, how how can I qualify for a credit card when I don't have a lot of credit experience? And they're taking the chance for you early on that you'll repay it. They're not thinking that you're going to stack up different credit cards and all of a sudden become overwhelmed. They'll also be looking at you paying as agreed. That's a key component. Even if you pay late, meaning it's due on the 1st, they give you a grace period to the 15th and you pay it on the 14th. Some organizations will consider that late, even though they've given you a grace period. Or you pay the late fee in addition to the payment, and you're under the impression that because you paid the late fee that they're going to give you a good credit reputation. Not so much. And so you'll start down the path of bad credit reputation if you're not paying as agreed. It's easy to get into credit. It's harder to get out of it. And that goes for a lot of things. There are good habits, easy to get into, but if you don't maintain those good habits, it's hard to break bad habits. And the same applies in financial and money management. So have a plan to pay it off. You might pay the minimum in the first couple of months, or you might pay a little bit more each month, $5, $10, $50, $100 each month. That's your plan, because the persons that are lending you the money are actually going to charge you for the interest that you have used in borrowing the money, whether it be on a credit card or a loan or anything else. And so have a plan to pay it off. If you're just paying the interest or less than the principal and the interest, then you're going to take years to pay off something that might have taken months, or you could take 3 years. You could take 13 years to pay something off that could have taken you 3 years. And that leads to the last rule: don't overuse. Be careful about the credit that you have, whether that be a student loan or otherwise. Just be careful that you're not overusing your credit. Learn to pay as much as you can in cash. We know that particularly in America, we're a debt society. There certainly can't afford to pay all of your college tuition in most cases all at once, just like you in most cases cannot afford to pay the whole sales price of a home when you buy it. So here in America, we do borrow money, but you want to be careful about your borrowing. So we have some survey question to ask about this particular presentation. We would like to get your experience in terms of finding out what was helpful, what you could have wanted to hear more about, what you might have wanted to hear less about. So if you could screenshot that or send that to Korea Times, we'll be happy to collect it and use it for better purpose. We also have a financial educator guide. This is going to have terms and expressions that you may or may not be familiar with that will help you to understand money management. And so as a result of getting to the last slide of the day, I want to thank you for your participation. I certainly want to wish you the best in your experiences going forward. We certainly believe and have hope in the students going to college and completing them in our future. As you can see from the experiences that we have in the United States here, we definitely need people who can think clearly and with a good conscience, but also are able to understand the impact of the circumstances on our economy, both individually and collectively. So with that, on behalf of Bank of Hope and our CEO, Kevin Kim, and the entire Bank of Hope team, best wishes to you all. Stay safe and be healthy.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. James, for sharing that incredibly valuable advice. And Thank you to all of our speakers for sharing your insights with all of our future college applicants in attendance today, along with their families. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the 11th Annual Korea Times College Expo. Thank you so much for joining us today. We hope you learned a lot and you feel better prepared for the college road ahead. Thanks again to all of our sponsors, speakers, and everyone in the audience. For the Korea Times and Elite Educational Institute, I'm Jason Vanderbrake. Stay safe, and we will see you again next year.